잠시 안내 말씀드리겠습니다. 잠시 후 1시 20분부터 제18회 서울국제전력시장
We are going to begin the Seoul International Conference on the Electricity Market at 1:20. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. As a courtesy for others, I would like to kindly ask you to put your cell phones on mute mode or vibrate mode. And also, in order to prevent the spread of the COVID pandemic, I would like to kindly ask you to keep your facial mask on throughout the conference. Simultaneous interpretation is available for today's conference, so please use the headset if you need the interpreter service. Please set your channel to channel number 1 for Korean and number 2 for English. So please select the channel that you need. And for today's conference, it's going to be live broadcast in YouTube as well. And we are going to select a few people who will leave comments and later give them the prizes. We also prepare a small token of appreciation for our on-site participants. So for those who will remain with us till the very end of the conference, we are going to offer you some prizes.
네, 다시 한번 안내 말씀드리겠습니다. 잠시 후 바로
Announcement, and once again, we are going to begin the Seoul International Conference on the electricity market shortly. I'd like to kindly ask you to take your seats. As a courtesy for others, I would like to kindly ask you to put your cell phone on vibrate mode or mute mode, and also to prevent the spread of the COVID pandemic, I would like to kindly ask you to keep your facial mask on throughout the conference. Simultaneous interpretation is available for the conference, so please use the headset if you need the service. Please set your channel to channel number 1 for Korean and number 2 for English. So please select the channel that you prefer. Today's event is also live broadcast through the YouTube, and we are going to select a few people who will leave comment and give them the prize. And also for our on-site participants, we would like to give you some gifts. So please remain with us till the very end of the event. Thank you.
여러분 안녕하십니까?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 18th Seoul International Conference on the Electricity Market. This is Park Se-jung, your Master of Ceremonies for today. Great to meet you all. I would now like to thank and welcome everyone for joining us today despite your busy schedule. And also for those who are joining us online, thank you very much. Now, recently in the global stage, because of the many different international issues, the resource supply demand uncertainty has grown, and along with it, the energy supply network as well. And as a result, electricity security has become an important part of the national agenda. And that is why at KPX, we have hosted this conference today. And through the conference, we hope to shed light on the recent trends of the electricity market and seek the way forward for the electricity market as well as the industry. And I hope for insightful views and opinions to be shared at today's conference. And before we begin the conference, allow me to introduce the VIPs today. Please welcome each and every one of them as I call upon them. First, from KPX, we have Chairman Jung Dong-hee. Please welcome him with a big round of applause. Thank you. From the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Energy, we have Director General Lee Ho-hyun of Electricity Innovation Policy. Thank you. And from KPX, we have Senior Expert Moon Kyung-seo. Please welcome him with a big round of applause. And then from KPX, we have Kim Sang-il, the Head of Power Market Operation Division. Please welcome him with a warm round of applause. And now, for the presenters, moderators, and the panelists of the conference today. First, we have Dr. James Hyung-gun Kim, scientist at the Lawrence Berkeley National Laboratory of the U.S. Professor Seung-won Kim, Associate Professor of Chungnam National University. Please welcome him with a big round of applause. And Professor Hun-young Shin, Assistant Professor of Hongik University. Please welcome him. And we have Professor Jong-bae Park of Konkuk University. Thank you. Professor Jin-soo Kim of Hanyang University. A big hand, please. And moderator for the panel discussion, we have Professor Yoon-kyung Kim of Ewha Women's University. Thank you. And our panelists, we have Professor Young-tak Cho of Hanba University. And we have Professor and Dean Seung-hoon Yoon, College of Creativity and Convergence of Seoul National University of Science and Technology. And we also have Mr. Yoo-soo Lee, Managing Director of Energy Carbon Neutrality Research Group of the Korea Energy Economics Institute. And we have, of course, many other distinguished guests among us here today, but please understand that we're not able to introduce each and every one of you because of the time constraints. And with that, we will begin the 18th Seoul International Conference on the Electricity Market. Now, first is to open the conference for everyone. We have Chairman Jung Dong-hee of KPX to deliver his congratulatory remarks. Please welcome him with a big round of applause.
예, 반갑습니다.
Good afternoon. Very nice to see you all. I am Jung Dong-hee, CEO of Korea Power Exchange. I'd like to welcome all the participants to the 18th Seoul International Conference on the Electricity Market. In particular, my special thanks goes to Director Lee Ho-hyun of the Power Innovation Policy of the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Energy, as well as the CEO Stefano Donnarumma of the Terna from Italy for giving us the congratulatory remark and keynote speech despite their busy schedules. Also, we have the CEOs of the subsidiaries of the KEPCO, so the Kim Ho-bin from the Chungbu Power, and also the Kim Young-mun from the Dongseop Power, as well as the Park Hyung-dok from the Seoul Power, and also the Vice President Park Hwang-gyu of KEPCO. Thank you very much for honoring us with your presence. And also we have the Chairman Kim Jae-yeon of the Korea Power Equipment Association, as well as the Lee Chung-woo, Chairman of the Korea Power Research Center. Thank you very much. As you know, the power industry has faced numerous challenges, including the long-term tasks of pursuing carbon neutrality and fostering new energy industries, as well as addressing global energy supply disruption triggered by the Russo-Ukraine war. To respond to these challenges, the Korean government has adopted the new government energy policy direction last July and proposed 5 specific initiatives of redefining feasible and reasonable power mix, securing resource and energy security, improving efficiency of demand response based on the market principle, and fostering new energy industries and strengthening energy welfare policy. KPX will cooperate with the government, industry, and academia to actively address disruption in energy supply chain and respond to the government's policy direction to continue our efforts toward innovation and the reform for the electricity market. Toward this goal, we decided the title of the 18th SICEM, or Seoul International Conference on the Electricity Market, as the innovation response of the electricity market to strengthen electricity security. And we have invited the experts in this sector to explore the future of the electricity market and the ways forward. So let me go over the schedule during the session 1 under the theme of the wholesale electricity market and the power grid operations, actions and roles for electricity security. We will have 3 presentations delivered by James Kim, scientist of the Lawrence Berkeley National Laboratory, and Kim Seung-hwan, professor of the Chungnam National University, and also the professor Shin Hoon-young of Hongik University. Thank you very much. In session 2, we will discuss how generation mix and energy supply chain are interlinked with electricity security. And for this, Professor Michael Breyer of the University of Melbourne and Professor Park Jong-bae of Konkuk University, as well as the Professor Kim Jin-soo of Hanyang University will give us very insightful presentations. Then we will proceed to the panel discussion, which will be moderated by Professor Kim Yoon-kyung of Ewha Women's University, with several panelists, including the Professor Cho Young-tak of Hanbad University, Yoo Sung-hoon, Dean of Seoul National University of Science and Technology, Mr. Lee Yoo-soo, Managing Director of Energy Carbon Neutrality Research Group of the Korea Energy Economics Institute. Once again, thank you very much for your contribution. I would like to thank all the presenters, as well as the discussants, as well as those who have worked to put together this conference for their great efforts and contribution. And I sincerely ask you to pay undivided attention. Let me also extend my sincere thanks from the very bottom of my heart to all the participants, both on-site and online, for their great interest in Korea's electricity industry. I sincerely hope that the conference will offer us the venue to find ways to innovate electricity market and to overcome energy supply crisis. I will also attend the conference and be with you. And with that, thank you very much.
네, 이사장님 좋은 말씀.
Thank you very much, Chairman, for the kind words. Now, as the Chairman has just mentioned, since the Russia-Ukraine war, then Russia also announced the suspension to gas supply. And as a result, not just Europe, but also the whole world is suffering from gas shortage. And I do hope that this conference will be able to contribute at least a little bit to seeking the solutions out of this situation. And now we're going to listen to the congratulatory remarks to be delivered by Director General Lee Ho-hyun of Electricity Innovation Policy of the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Energy.
안녕하십니까.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is Director General Ho-hyun Lee of Electricity Innovation Policy at the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Energy. First of all, congratulations on the hosting of the 18th Seoul International Conference on Energy Market. I would like to thank Chairman Jung Dong-hee and all members of the KPX for enabling today's event. And I would also like to thank everyone for being here today, including the heads of the power plants and all the distinguished guests. Thank you very much for your time. Ladies and gentlemen, the theme of today's conference is electricity security. According to the IEA, electricity security is the ability for a power system to withstand shock from inside and outside. It is the ability to recover quickly and provide uninterrupted power supply, even when there is internal or external shock on the system. So far, we have been able to absorb the shocks to the system by predicting mid to long-term demand and securing a certain size of reserve. But now, with the structural risks that are appearing newly, it is difficult for us to respond only with the conventional methods. Externally, Europe-triggered energy crisis is spreading to the rest of the world, and the Korean power market is also suffering shocks on both supply, demand, and pricing. Europe used to procure its natural gas from geographically distant markets from us, but since the Russia-Ukraine war, it is diversifying its sources and competing with Korea as well. As a result, the gas market has turned into a seller's market, and gas prices are now at record high. And the Korean power market, we have also seen the system marginal price going over what was an unimaginable price of 261 and has been subject to a series of shocks. So over the winter, if there is extreme cold or another incident like the Freeport fire, then the uncertainty is going to grow. And internally, the electricity system's stability is shaken from both supply and demand. First, the power supply uncertainty is growing with changes in the content of power sources. Renewable energy is an intermittent power source where the output cannot be adjusted for demand and supply. As the intermittent renewable energy is replacing traditional sources, supply uncertainty is growing. In Jeju, where renewable energy takes up over 40% of installed capacity, the output and usage of PV energy have a 10-time difference depending on the weather condition. Changes in demand pattern in electrification are also causes of system insecurity. IEA estimates that electrification of final consumption will increase power demand by between 14% to 25% by 2030. And also, the electrification of building heating and cooling, as well as climate change, are making power demand more sensitive to changes in the weather. This has increased variability in the peak demand, exacerbating demand uncertainty. The dominant effect of blackouts from the California heat wave in August 2020 and the massive blackouts in Texas due to sudden cold in February 2021 revealed the stark reality of power system more vulnerable to climate and weather risks. Ladies and gentlemen, in order to respond to the structural risks that I have just mentioned, what we need is a flexible and secure electricity system. We need to improve the system's fundamentals to respond to volatility across the supply chain. First, stable baseload resources must be secured. Korean electricity market is vulnerable to short-term supply shocks due to the price volatility of major power fuels like coal and LNG, as well as high external dependence. Strong baseload resources must be secured through stable nuclear power plants to prepare for short-term supply shocks. Second, we need to address the demand-supply mismatch by time of the day by securing flexible resources. Government is leading the reduction in ESS installation cost by supporting technological development such as applications for used batteries. And the ESS, for example, the short-term and mid-term ESS, so the need for such diversity in ESS, as well as the appropriate storage mix of flexible resources, will be reflected in the 10th electricity base plan. We also need to improve institutions to encourage active private investment. Preparing for renewable energy bidding market and support service market are what we are doing now to diversify private sector's revenue model. And we also need to secure robust, smart, and flexible grid to address the regional imbalance in power demand supply. In our grid recently, there are growing regional imbalances in demand supply. There is curtailment in Jeju while transmission restriction in the East Coast. And the government will expand the power grid to supply excess power in certain regions to where there are shortages. And we will also try to ease regional imbalance by running the transmission and distribution network smartly and flexibly using FACTS facilities and ESS for grid stability. Last, at the retail level, it is urgent to recover price signaling effect of power tariff. Power tariff must reflect the cost to voluntarily reduce demand. We must create a virtuous cycle where the transmission operator can recover its investment so that it can be reinvested in stabilizing the system. It is true that the government will also do its best to make sure that the principle of cost-based pricing is reestablished so that it can recover its role as a price signal. Ladies and gentlemen, the time now is a very important time for us to secure a new future for energy. And I do hope that this conference will be a chance for us to open up a new future. And of course, the government will take stock of where we are today so that we can also be better prepared for electricity security. Thank you very much.
좋은 말씀 감사드립니다. 정책
Thank you very much. As the director mentioned, the international situations and also the climate change pose great threat to the energy security. So through the conference, we hope that we can explore various ways forward to address these challenges. Now we are going to have a short break before moving on to the keynote presentation. So we'll have a short break. And also, as I said earlier, we have a special event for those who leave the comment on YouTube channel. So please do participate. Thank you very much.
자, 그럼 지금부터 본격적으로 컨퍼런스
Now we are going to begin the main part of the conference, and for this we would like to have the keynote presentation. Though virtually, we have the keynote speaker who had sent us the pre-recorded video. And the title of the keynote presentation is the role of transmission system operator, the director of the energy transition. So please welcome the speaker with a big round of applause.
Good afternoon. I am Stefano Donnarumma, CEO of Terna, the Italian electricity transmission system operator, and the president of SIO15, the international association of the largest power grid operators in the world. First of all, I would like to thank you for inviting me to this very interesting event. I am pleased to be here to talk about the central role that electricity transmission system operators have in the energy transition. As you know, the energy sector in Europe, but also across the whole world, is currently living a deep transformation, driven by the need to contrast the climate change and thus meet the decarbonization targets set in the Paris Agreement. At the European level, the guidelines for these evolutions are given by several challenging measures adopted by European Commission from 2018 onwards. These initiatives are aimed at making Europe the first carbon-neutral continent by 2050, thanks to the increase of massive amounts of renewable energy sources, the implementation of energy efficiency, and related interconnection capacity. Achieving such targets in Italy means increasing renewable capacity, mainly solar and wind, by more than 70 gigawatts by 2030, more than 8 gigawatts per year. As a result, electricity system need to change fast to increase the shares of renewable energy with the overall aim to progressively reduce CO2 emissions and finally reach carbon neutrality in 2050. In light of these, TSOs are the director of the energy transition, considering they have to ensure security of electricity supply, the adequacy of the system, and quality of the service at the lowest possible cost for the users. The central role of TSOs implies the need for further development and upgrades of the energy infrastructure, the hardware of the energy transition, but also an evolution of the electricity market design, the software needed to have full benefit from new technologies. The transmission infrastructure needs to evolve to integrate renewable energy and allow its transport over long distances. As stated by the International Energy Agency, the global institution that works with governments and industry to secure a sustainable energy future, every euro invested in renewable energy sources must be matched by more than 1 euro invested in the development of infrastructure to transport the energy produced. Installing wind turbines where the wind is strongest is useless unless you have an electricity grid capable of transporting the energy produced to where it is needed. As a result of higher penetration of renewables, in the coming years we will progressively experience an increase of daily flexibility needs to manage the overgeneration during the central hour of the day and high residual load ramps during the evening. With reference to European investments in new storage capacity are very limited, we need to support the introduction of an effective mechanism that stimulates investments in storage assets. Electricity markets should therefore be adapted to accommodate the changes needed, with the goal of maximizing social welfare and providing the right incentives for grid development and for the deployment of flexible resources. The challenges we have in the future require energy operators to work together to reach the target of decarbonization. For this reason, I am proud to be here as a president of GEO15, the international association dedicated to high-level exchange of technical know-how in the field of electricity system operation. GEO15 plays an important role because it is the association of very large system operators in charge of the day-by-day operations of complex energy systems. This association is an integral part of the energy transition process, as it promotes a constant dialogue with the national and global institutions to show the importance of grid infrastructure and its central role in achieving a complete decarbonization. In light of the issues mentioned, GEO15 is concentrating on real-time operations of future grids, long-term system challenges, and solutions referred to grid development, system resilience. All these topics are fully taken into consideration by Terna, currently engaged in driving and enabling the energy transition in Italy and in Europe. The Terna 10-year network development plan foresees 18 billion euro of investments over the next 10 years, the largest investment plan in Terna's history, which will allow the reduction of CO2 emissions by 5.6 million tons per year. Thanks to developments planned by Terna, our country will acquire even greater strategic importance and become a natural energy hub in the Mediterranean. This geographical position will increasingly guarantee the centrality of our country for the supply of clean energy across Europe. The planned interconnections, Tyrrhenian Link, Adriatic Link, the connection with France and Austria, the interconnection with Tunisia, are not only relevant at national level, but also at international one, thanks to their potential contribution to the energy transition. In summary, Terna has the same objectives as all system operators. In this framework, international cooperation and sharing of best practices and technical knowledge are fundamental to contrast the climate change. Only joint action between different countries and stakeholders can lead to concrete results on the global level in terms of reaching the net zero goals. Thank you very much.
네, 박수 보내주십시오. 네, 고맙습니다. 유익한 기조 연설 잘 들었습니다.
Thank you very much for the insightful keynote presentation. Now we will move on to session 1. The topic of the session 1 is wholesale electricity market and the power grid operations, actions and roles for electricity security. And for this session, we have 3 presentations in store for us. And after 3 presentations are over, we are going to have panel discussion. So let me invite the first speaker. The first presentation is about hybrid configuration with rapidly changing market prices, and for this, James Hyungwan Kim, scientist of the Lawrence Berkeley National Laboratory, will give us a presentation. Please welcome him with a big hand.
Hello, everyone. My name is James Hyungwan Kim, or called Kim Hyungwan in Korean, and my presentation topic is hybrid configuration with rapidly changing market prices. And this is a compendium of the research done by Electricity Markets and Policy Department at Berkeley National Lab, which is located in the US and is part of the federal government research facility. And I'm going to talk about what is hybrid configuration and what is rapidly changing market prices, especially related to renewables and how those are interconnected to the grid reliability and resiliency. So let's begin. I think there's a little bit. Okay, so before entering into the main arena, I'm going to talk briefly about what we're doing at the Berkeley National Lab and what we do and how can we support the policymaking process in the US. So Electricity Markets and Policy Department informs the public and private industries and electricity market operators to have a more reliable, clean, efficient, and resilient electricity market grid operations for the US government. And we are covering a lot of areas of the electricity markets, like renewable energies and energy efficiencies in utilities and whatnot. And we mainly working with the Department of Energy, but also working with a lot of variety of the institutions. And we are working closely with Washington, D.C. And for example, the recently passed Inflation Reduction Act, the IRA, we helped out the Senate Mansions and Department of Energy, so we covered the detailing of a lot of the policy details about solar, wind, and energy storage, and hydrogen electric vehicle of the clean energy side to make it more detailed and concrete in the Inflation Reduction Act. So we are one of the few organizations in the US government system to support the electricity market policy, especially the clean energy side. So I'm happy to share our recent findings. And this presentation is a very well selected topics that has been conducted over the last few years around the hybrid. Hybrid, namely energy storage plus renewables, such as energy storage plus solar or energy storage plus wind. And we have found a lot of growth, price, and market drivers and whatnot. But I'm going to talk mainly about configuration choices and a bit of the future research of what we have found. So why renewables? Why solar and wind in the electricity market and energy storage? It's because it has been growing. It has been growing a lot and a lot and a lot for the last 10 years. From 2011 and until very recent years, the wind and solar are becoming a dominant generation capacity in the US. When you see a green, which is wind, and orange, which is solar, they are indeed dominating the market, and it's a well-known fact by everyone. But how about the future? This is a crystal ball by looking at the transmission line interconnection queues in the US for the last few years. So when you see the solar and wind, they are increasing over the last few years. And what does that mean is the interconnection queue, they are waiting capacity. They are announced that they're going to connect their capacity by such a technology in 3, 5, or 10 years in recent years. And when you see this chart, the solar and wind, they want to be connected a lot, like 300 and 500 gigawatt for the last few years. And also the energy storage, you see the energy storage, that is a huge jump in 2020. So there has been a lot of solar and wind waiting in line and hundreds of gigawatts, and storage, it is recently highlighted. In contrast, when you see a gas, it's declining, nuclear, almost none, coal, nobody want to build a coal anymore, others, zero. So it is the market so far dominated by solar and wind, and it is going to be likely to be the future, is a written future, and also the energy storage, it is recently highlighted. And why hybrid? It's because a lot of the capacity that want to be connected, they are in the form of the hybrid. When you see the solar and energy storage by itself, almost 1/3 of them are becoming a hybrid, and it is an increasing trend. And it is not just because it increased the value stream of the solar and wind developers, but also it is assisting the grid operation reliability, and it is incentivized and encouraged by the government by a lot of incentives and credit schemes. So with that in mind, let's look at the market. I mentioned the solar and wind, they are increasing in the recent years. The solar and wind, they're dominating, and energy storage, yes, they are also coming in the queue. But I want to emphasize this is a local event. What do I mean by that? US is a big country, and not everywhere has a solar as much as California, for example, on the west side, or Florida on the right side, or in the Texas on the south side. So even though there are a lot of solar and wind are integrating, it is a local event. How about wind? Wind is also a local event. Not everywhere, but it is concentrated in the interior US, like ERCOT, SPP, and MISO, which is kind of Midwest and the south side. And what does it impact? This is the map of the price in the US in a very recent year, and the colors are showing the frequency of the negative prices. So the growing wind and solar have been impacting on the wholesale electricity market prices very, very heavily. And when you compare the previous slide, the topology of the wind and the negative prices, and also the price uncertainty, which is not shown in this map, by the way, but the distribution is almost identical. Those are impacting the wholesale market prices. Is why? Because one, the wind and solar are varying resources. Those are uncertain resources, and those electricity market price uncertainty is increasing with the higher penetration of the varying resources. And two, it is becoming a negative price or suppressing the price level is because the electricity market price in the US are cleared by the marginal cost unit. And what is the marginal cost of the solar and wind? Is zero. As long as you have wind and solar and those are installed, what you need is a bit of solar and wind, and then your marginal cost is zero because as long as there's a nature, you will have an energy 1 more megawatt. So because of that, the electricity market prices are becoming uncertain, so it is stressing out the grid operation reliability, and also it is hurting the overall value stream for the resource developers. And this is the zoom in of the California situation, and we can see an obvious impact of solar in California market, aka CAISO, for the net load and wholesale market prices. The top figure, if you have known a little bit of what's going on in California, it is a dot curve. So dot curve is represented by the net load, and net load is load minus renewables. And why do we want to call it a dot curve? Is because the dot curve, especially on the spring, the dot curve belly is getting fatter and fatter, especially during the middle of the day. Why is that? It's because California has a lot of solar and it is growing. When you have a lot of solar in the middle of the day, they are generating energy for free. And when you have more energy and the net load as defined as a load minus renewables, then your actual demand minus zero marginal cost unit are nearly zero. And it's actually at the moment in 2022, it is near zero. And there are two happenings. One, the daytime demand or net load demand is decreasing or near zero. And two, the ramping capability is required a lot more than previous years. Is why? Because in the middle of the day, the fat belly to the neck in the later time of the afternoon, like a 5, 6, 7 p.m., the ramping capability requirement is getting higher and higher. It is also stressing out the grid operation, and it is also challenging the grid operation reliability and resiliency. And what is its impact on the market? When you see the real-time prices, especially the spring, in the middle of the day price, it is getting lower and lower. It's why? Because there is less demand and there are a lot more renewables. And you can see a price jump or price spikes in the later time of the day, like 4, 6, or 7 p.m., especially in the spring. So the net load, the curve impacting on the real-time market prices. And the last figure on the bottom is a regulation down price. Regulation down is a ancillary service or product that's suppressing down the energy generation to give a downward pressure. And you see a price jump in spring in recent years. It is why? Because if you have a lot of solar, especially uncertain, you have probably very less idea how much solar or wind or the cloud are blowing in the next 15 minutes or an hour. So when there is abundant solar, then you have more suppressing event happening, and it increases the regulation down price. So the wind is increasing, and the renewable energy is suppressing down the prices, and California market with a lot of solar, it is impacting on the market outcomes and grid operational reliability. So by looking at that, what do we need to do? So before deciding what we need to do, we are looking at what is the value stream or how they suffer in the market as a renewable operator. So this is a chart showing the market value of solar with the x-axis, which is a solar penetration, and y-axis is the overall value factor. You can see simply as a value, and the dotted line is a on average market value of each market. So what this figure necessarily shows is that when you have a higher renewable penetration, then you have a less value, especially when you're operating as a renewable asset, and especially when the renewable integration is higher. So when you think about it, it's a bit of a conundrum. You want to have more renewables. And when you have more renewables in the market, especially when you're renewable, then you will have a less value compared to the other asset. So let me rephrase it. We want to have a lot of renewables, especially targeting the decarbonization and net zero carbon future. And we want to have more renewables, but by having more renewables, they are suffering, especially when they have more renewables. So we need to have a certain survival strategy because we want to have more renewables, but not demotivating them. So we think about what can we do to stabilize the value stream. And the right figure is the California market and the variety of the configuration that the solar can do, from vertical bifacial to the west facing or having a tracking and all that. And the right figure shows, okay, if you do something as a standalone solar without energy storage, as a standalone, if you do a certain configuration choices, you will have a value gain or net value gain. However, in fact, there is a bit of interesting thing is that the right figure is actually a zoom out version of the left corner of the left figure. And if you focus on the y-axis difference is quite heavy, and every value increasing choices by the standalone solar are dwarfed by what? By hybrid. So let me rephrase it. Everything you can do as a standalone solar to increase your value stream and stabilize your value expectation is great, but not greater or a lot less than when you are paired with the energy storage. Okay, why is that? It's because the price profile has been changing a lot. So when you see the bottom figure, the green line is the price profile with the lower solar penetration. And the brown one is the price profile with the higher solar penetration in California market. So when it's happening of the price spikes, with the lower solar penetration is about 3, 4, 5 p.m. But with the higher solar penetration, the price spikes actually happening around 7 p.m. after sun goes down. And what does that mean? If you are a solar developer and solar operator in the market to have a stabilized value stream, you need to capture the price spikes. That's the best resource of the value that you can gain. But if you're standalone solar, whatever you do, the price spikes happening after sun goes down. So there's nothing you can do. So that's why if you are paired with energy storage and the price profile in line with and impacted by the higher renewables, that is supporting the pairing with energy storage is because if you have an energy storage paired, then you can store the energy when the price is lower and dispatch it when the price is higher, even though there is no sun. And with that in mind, the best strategy for the current solar and wind developer is generation maximizing strategy with energy shifting capability such as the energy storage. And especially when you are thinking about long-lived asset like a solar and wind, you have a lifetime expectancy of how many? 20, 25, 30 years. And when you see the present, you may not feel the necessity of the pairing with the energy storage, but those are long-lived assets. So in the future, the renewables are integrating and penetrating a lot more than right now, especially in the US. So our suggestion is having a generation maximizing strategy, even though you're standalone solar or wind, in case if you are thinking and preparing for the deep decarbonized high renewable energy future. Okay, so far what we have looked at is the current trend of the renewable, which are increasing. In the future, the more renewables are coming in and energy storages are also coming in. And a lot of them are becoming a hybrid for two reasons. One is increase the value stream stability, and also the incentivized mainly due to the grid operation stability and reliability. And those are necessary mean for the standalone and wind developers to preserve the value stream. And having a hybrid is necessary, especially with a high renewable energy future, is because there is a feedback loop of the market price profile differences. So we can double click the hybrid configuration. So this is, we call it a rainbow chart, but what it says is the KISO, ORCAD, SPP, MISO, and those are 7 ISO and LTOs, and x-axis are energy storage capacity, and the y-axis is a hybrid value. And all of them are showing the value of the different hybrid configuration in different markets. Like a KISO is California, ORCAD is Texas, and SPP is in the Midwest. And what it says is, yes, when you have more capacity, you tend to have a higher net value, as you see on the y-axis. And it is more prominent if and when you are located in the high renewable markets, like a KISO, California, ORCAD, Texas, and SPP. When you see the top figure, the solar hybrids, those are going up and the numbers are a lot higher if you are located in the market and paired with energy storage. And if you want to have higher value stream, you need to pair it with higher battery capacity. And how about the energy duration? Yes, it is also important. The lighter the color, the longer the duration. When you have a longer duration, especially in the high renewable penetrated market on the left, the green markets, the KISO, ORCAD, and SPP, then you tend to have a higher net value while it is a bit decreasing. But when you see a decreasing stiffness, when you see a MISO, PJM, and NISO, it is almost go to the bottom. And it is mainly because, not because of the energy duration, the longer energy duration inhibits the arbitrage. It is, in contrast, it is actually encouraging, but the higher cost of the higher energy duration storage, it helps out to have gain of value, but the cost is so punitive. So that's why with the value, the energy developers and the system participants, they are a little bit hesitant of integrating longer durations. And when you have a longer energy duration storages, that also helps out the market. So there are a lot of efforts to help out to having a little bit longer energy duration storage rather than shorter duration. I'm going to talk more about what are the efforts. And this is also the figure that's showing the POI, the point of interconnection, namely a nameplate capacity. When you also see the left 3 markets, especially for the solar, if you have a higher nameplate capacity, then your net value stream is increasing, and it also helps out your value stream stability, especially when you are located in the high renewable penetrated markets. And it is not really shown in this figure, but our finding is that this nameplate capacity impact is increasing with a longer storage duration configuration. And this one is on ancillary service market participation of the hybrid assets. And there are 2 impacts of the ancillary service market participation by the hybrid. By the way, just giving you information that ancillary service market is the additional market to provide a service to the electricity rather than just energy. And it is not fully open to the hybrid and the renewable energy resources to participate in the full set of the ancillary service market in the US yet. But this is assuming that if the hybrid resources can participate in the ancillary service market, what are the benefits? The one, as you can see on this plot, the ancillary service market participation, of course, gives additional value stream, which is more stable and incentivized for the hybrid developers. But more so, ancillary service is in fact necessary for the system operators to enhance their grid operation reliability and resiliency. And when you think about higher renewable energy penetration situation like 70% or 80%, if dominating capacity is coming from the hybrid and renewables in the market, somebody needs to provide an ancillary service. And if they are allowed, and in fact they can, provide ancillary service, it can help out the more stable grid operation and reduce the challenges of the grid reliability, and also provide additional value stream for the market participants. So I talked about the renewable energy trend, present and future, and what is going to be happening, and what are the impacts on the market. It's a press down the price, and there is a price profile impacts on the market, especially in California case. And we need to have a hybrid paired with the solar plus energy storage or wind plus energy storage, not just for the value increase or value stream of stability for the market participants, but also the system operators' grid reliability and resiliency is because the volatility and variability nature of the renewables. But why do we need to research all that? I mean, it is a multi-year effort, and it is not just a one single project and research. And it is because we want to have and make and help out a science and technology policy in the US to support the value boosting hybrid configuration choices, not just by the thin air, but based on the firm research like we did. So there are a lot of efforts going on, but I just picked one just as a case study. The one effort is a long duration and a storage shot as a compendium or part of the energy earth shot. What it necessarily says is that we are recognizing and emphasizing the necessity of the long duration storage based on the research you just saw. And what the US government and the Department of Energy is saying is that we want to reduce the cost of grid scale energy storage, especially the longer duration one, by 90% in 10 years. 90% in 10 years. Does that make sense? Probably not. Probably some of you think, haha, is it even possible? And I bet, boldly saying, it may be, and it probably will, is because the history. The history says, when you think about the solar cost used to be very punitive in 10, 15 years ago. Nobody thought the solar and wind, they're becoming the cheapest resource in the world. But now they are. It is mainly by the Sunshine program by the US government initiated by more than 10 years ago. And they also said at that time they want to reduce down the cost of the solar by 90% in 10 years. And what happened now? They actually overachieved. So we believe those science and technology policy based on sound research and necessary driven effort. And if we put a lot of effort and money and unlimited resources, we believe that we can achieve this. And there are a lot of other efforts like hydrogen shot, decrease the cost by 80%, and carbon negative shot 90%, geothermal almost 90%, I believe floating offshore is 90%, industry heat shot 85% in 10 years. And all of those efforts are not just coming from the thin air, but those efforts are based on sound and quality research like we do. So based on that, I'm proposing that if you are expecting a higher renewable energy future, especially in the US, then we need to have a collaborative effort, and those efforts are coming from and based on the sound research, as you just saw from our team. So thank you so much.
네, 김영관
Thank you very much. That was the presentation by scientist Kim Hyung-kwan, and he talked about the hybrid configuration with rapidly changing market prices. Moving on, we will now move on to the second presentation. The second presentation will be delivered by Professor Kim Seung-hwan of Chungnam University, and the title of his presentation is Green Innovation for Long-Term Electricity Security. So, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Professor Kim with a big hand.
네, 안녕하십니까. 충남대 전기공학과 김승환.
Good afternoon. I am Kim Seung-hwan from Chungnam National University. The title, the main theme of today's conference is electricity security. And so from the perspectives of the power market, what we need to do, I think this is the main theme that passes through today's conference. When we talk about electricity security, the first thing that comes to our mind is the securing the supply of resources such as the coal, gas, and oil, or renewable energies and equipment, and also the lithium-ion for battery. So I think that we think about the supply chain issues. And also we may think about the market aspect. So how can we stabilize the markets to provide the energy at affordable price? Again, this is within the realm of the electricity security. But I think that when we talk about the energy security or electricity security, one thing that we can easily overlook is the grid issues. In fact, Korea has come up with a lot of policies, and the grid was something that followed the network plan. And it was not really the government plan, rather the grid was planned only by individual company. Why? Because we thought that the grid will naturally expand with the changes of the power mix. However, if you look at the rapid changes, the current rapid changes that take place in the energy mix, and also with the various sources of energy, I think that assumption is no longer valid. And therefore, we really have to go back to basics. And we have to think about how grid can support and be reinforced to support the current or future power mix, and what kind of innovation will be required to secure long-term electricity security. So this will be the main theme of my presentation. So this is what I'm going to talk about. These are the key takeaway messages. So grid is the crucial component to ensure long-term electricity security. And this is something that we may have to prioritize. So we talk about the supply and demand balance plan. However, only with the supply and demand, we can no longer guarantee the actual balance. Only with the generation expansion plan, we cannot guarantee supply and demand balance. Because we can expand the power plant, however, the question is whether it can be interconnected with the grid. In the past, there was no problem for that, but today we have a lot of constraints. And the issues of the grid and the problems are not just limited to the VREs or renewable energy. Rather, they are applicable even to the coal power plants and nuclear power plants and so on. So it's a common problem for every generation, not just for renewables. So when we said that we want to pursue the renewable energy mix, and we want to diversify the sources of energy, but if the grid cannot accommodate these resources, then we will not be able to achieve our goal. So we have to think outside the box, and we have to come up with the innovative solution. And in fact, there are a lot of innovative solutions already available in the grid system. Many researchers and also industries have conducted a lot of researches for that. About 3 to 5 years ago, these technologies and concepts exist only in paper. But then this year, we see a lot of pilot projects being conducted as well as the commercialization opportunities. So I would like to briefly explain you about this and where we should go for a better energy security in the future. Here you can see the current status of the Korea power system. I don't know whether it's readable, it's a little bit small. But here you see the dotted red line. It indicates the maximum energy demand for each region. And the bar graph shows the capacity of different power sources. And you can see that if you look at the Seoul and metropolitan area, they have some power plants. But if you just focus on Seoul, you can see that there is almost no power generation facility, whereas the electricity demand is very high. So here you can see that there is an uneven distribution of the generation. Most of the gas power plants, they are located in Incheon area, and nuclear power plants, which are green. I didn't intentionally choose green for nuclear power, just as random. Anyway, they are located in the eastern part of Korea, so Daegu and Gyeongbuk area. And also the coal-fired power plants are concentrated in the Chungnam area. And if you look at the PV, you see that they are heavily located in the Jeonbuk and Jeonnam provinces. So the generation is unevenly distributed, and not just that, the demand gap also increases by regions. So in year 2034, according to the government plan, if you look at the generation and load map, and let's take a look at Seoul area, so the demand will even go up. And However, the power generation capacity within Seoul is not increased. What about Jeonnam? You can see that they have a high installed capacity for renewable energy, but the demand is not that high. So a lot of energy will be wasted. So this imbalance between the generation and demand will become more and more serious. And this is the future that we will face if we don't take any actions. Let's just take a look at one single region. This is the Donghaean, or the eastern coast of Korea. And so there is a power generation belt there. So here you can see that the Samcheok, firepower, green energy, nuclear power. So there are a lot of power plants in this power plant. And you can see that all these transmissions are concentrated in the Sintebek area, and they are linked with the Seoul. So when I do the simulation with the grid, when there is no constraint on transmission, then the generation can be highly utilized. However, if you think about the constraint on the transmission network here, you cannot really have a full capacity factor for the power generation facilities. And also there are a lot of technical issues such as the frequencies instability and also transient instability. And the same problem will occur not just in the west, but also in the west coast area as well. So if you go to the Chungcheongnam-do province with the coal phase out, yes, there are some headrooms, but still we have the constraints for transmission network. So here you can see that we talk about a lot about expanding the base sources, but again, there is a limitation on location, so it should be near the coast, and also there should be the public buy-in to establish the power plant and expand the power generation facilities. So if you do not reinforce the transmission grid, if you just expand the power generation facilities, I don't think that this is a wise choice. And if you look at the demand side, you can see that the population continuously grow in the Seoul area, and therefore the energy demand also go up accordingly. And also, if you look at the Korea's industrial structure, you see that the semiconductor is very strong in Korea. And semiconductor facilities are located in the metropolitan area, including the Yongin and Cheonan. And the government is trying to establish the K-semiconductor belt in the metropolitan area, which will boost up the energy demand significantly. However, if you look at the capacity of the power generation in this area, they only have the coal generation power plants. And because of the high land price, the renewable energy facilities are not located here. And also we have a lot of data centers. And data center guzzles the energies and creates a lot of energy demand. And they are not really properly reflected in the government plan. And also they have the massive load, they cause massive load on the grid system. And therefore, if this situation continues, then what kind of solutions we should have? And also we have to think about whether the ninth transmission plan is properly made. And so for this, I did some simulation, as you can see. And later, I did another simulation with the different batch, so I'm going to elaborate that later on. And here you can see the grid planning based on the optimal expansion planning. So if you look at the transmission and also substation, you can see the red line here. So from the southern part to the northern part, and also the transmission line that connects the Gangwon and Chungbuk, and also the Seoul, these transmission lines have to be reinforced according to the modeling report. However, because of the constraint that I described earlier, the expansion cannot be made easily, so the problems will continue to aggravate. Why? Because, as I said earlier, the energy demand will continue to go up in the Seoul and metropolitan area, whereas the power generation will continue to be concentrated only in certain areas. And also when it comes to VRE, including PV, you can see that by localities, the utilization ratio is different. But as for the PV, we have the rooftop installed PV and other types of PV, so still we have some choices. But for wind power, you can see that only the Songnam area has the strong potential. But this is just for the fixed bottom. But when it comes to floating offshore wind, again, the potential is concentrated only in the deep sea of the Songnam area. So in other words, the concentration of the power generation, this is something that we cannot avoid because of some geographic characteristics of the Korean peninsula. And therefore, unless we really think outside the box, we cannot find the breakthrough to address this issue. However, if you look at the 9th transmission and substation plan, or 10th transmission and substation plan, you may think that if we just comply with that, then things will go away. But it is easier said than done. Recently, I conducted the research with the local government regarding the resident buy-in. And here you can see the survey question that we conducted to the resident. And the first question is transmission line construction, whether it's a social problem or technical problem. And more than half of the respondents said that it's a social issue. And the second question was if the transmission line passes our region, then it will cause a problem in our local community. And more than 50% of the respondents said yes. And also the majority of the respondents believe that this is a serious issue. And also from engineers' perspective, if you measured the electromagnetic wave from the transmission line, in fact, it's much lower than the level that could affect the health of the human beings. However, the many residents believe that the transmission line is very dangerous. And what's more interesting, here you see that the majority of the respondents said that the transmission line could affect the price of house and land. Many said that they strongly agree with this. And we also asked the question whether they are willing to pay additional tariff for undergrounding transmission facilities. And the majority of the respondents said no, they don't want. So this indicates that there are a lot of barriers for us to reinforce the transmission lines to balance the demand and supply of energy. So yes, the transmission reinforcement is important, but we also have to find out some alternatives because currently many of these solutions are not that feasible. So we have to come up with some alternative solutions. And as the grid innovation plan shows that there is some inevitable delay that because of the gap for the timing of the establishing the transmission plan and the dispatch plan. And so maybe we can switch the order and we can come up with a transmission plan first, followed by the generation plan. And also, the power companies, they should avoid the risk of expanding transmission line. So for this, we have to give them some confidence as well. But I think that there is a very interesting project in Europe. So this is E-Highway 2050 project, and in fact, they use the probabilistic approach. In other words, they expect how much energy demand will go up and also how much VRE demand will be created and also where the new communities or the bad towns are going to be located. So they analyze all these different kind of scenarios and also they And then they select some priorities, and for these priority areas, what they say is that they can establish transmission line first there. So they run 5 scenarios to come up with the plans for grid. And if there is a high redundancy among the scenarios, then this is the area where transmission demand will be significantly high. So this is the area where we can focus on when establishing transmission line, and this is something that we can learn. Next is about the decentralization of generation and load. And recently, while conducting research, I realized that, well, actually, I thought that decentralization is a great solution, but I actually ran the 10,000 scenarios for decentralization in Korea randomly. So I did the 10,000 simulations through the program, and I found that the distribution, according to the 9th energy balance plan, in fact, they actually have very good solutions with high probabilities. But if you want to move further and advance further, then we didn't really have a lot of choices. But there are several scenarios that we can apply. For example, like we should no longer establish the VR facilities in Jeonnam area and establish more renewable energy facilities in the metropolitan area. And so although we come up with some innovative solutions with this modeling and simulation, these will not be the major solutions because already we have deployed all good solutions. And also, even if we do the decentralization, we have to think about how we can do it. The US uses the LMP methodology. So they deliver the price signals so that the operators can reflect them in their long-term plan. However, when it comes to Korea, there is a gap on land prices, and this will lead to changes in the LCOE. And when it comes to the Seoul area, there is more than 1,001 difference, and Jeonnam area 151, and other local governments about 201 difference. I don't know whether all the land prices are reflected in this data, but this data shows that, in fact, we may have to pay higher to deliver the proper price signals to overcome the regional disparity. And so we have to think about the social acceptance issue as well. So in Korea, rather than trying to have the perfect mechanism, I think that the government intervention is critical. For example, like applying some incentives for REC, I think this could be more effective in the short term. And the third solution that I would like to suggest, I think this is the most innovative one. And this has existed only in papers, but recently the UK, they came up with the Eastern Green Link 2 project. It was approved recently by the UK government. And this project is to link the Scotland, where a lot of the power generations are made, to the Eastern England part. So for this, the subsea superhighway will be established. The similar attempts were tried in Korea, called the Seohean Highway project. It's because in order to avoid the conflict with the local residents, they tried to use the floating offshore wind power. So because of the conflict with the local residents, they can no longer establish the onshore wind power facilities. And therefore, they establish a lot of offshore wind power facilities and link them to the land area through the subsea superhighway. So I think that this case actually gives Korea a lot of learning points. And when it comes to the grid strength or system strength, we are not really ready. So how can we solve this problem? Maybe we can provide a direct link with the area with a strong system. And also based on the complex system theory, the Professor Kim Hee-tae conducted research on the complex system theory, and they said that there are several methods. So, for example, like for the there is a grid shortcut methodology and also the long detour methodology, and you can see that the grid shortcut is much more stable than the other one. So, according to our assessment, and this is the concept of the West Coast DC highway, and this is one of the case for the grid shortcut solution. Of course, we still have a long way to go to realize this solution because the HCVC is very expensive right now. And also HCVC often experiences the shutdown and also the braking. But so we have to find out the solutions. So we cannot implement these solutions right now, but I think we have to make some preparation. And also we can think about the non-wire alternative. And about 2 to 3 years ago, again, these existed only in paper, but recently we moved on to the commercialization phase. A key example is the South Australia Murray Link 2.0 project. So in the renewable energy complex, let's say that the generation capacity is the 275 watt, but the demand is only 200 megawatt. So usually the 75 megawatt were curtailed because of the lack of demand. But let's say that you install the batteries on the supply side and you store the excess 75 megawatts in the storage, and then later transmit the power to the area where the energy is needed. So in the case, this virtual power line can allow large-scale integration without grid congestion, and it can also create the effect of reinforcing transmission line. And if you try to establish the transmission line, usually it takes 5 to 10 years. But ESS, only after the pre-feasibility study, you can complete the construction only in 1 to 2 years. So in terms of time-wise, it's very, very efficient. And also the firming ESS that the Korean government recently adopted. In early phases, again, our plan is to utilize these ESS. So in the sense, I think this alternative solution has been partially realized in Korea as well. So this is the conclusion of my presentation. As I said earlier, grid is the crucial component to ensure long-term electricity security. And therefore, this is something that we should not overlook. And only with the generation expansion plan, we cannot guarantee the supply and demand balance. And these problems are not just for renewables, but for every generation, every power generation. But we have a lot of innovative solutions, and a lot of researches have been conducted already. And so we have several solutions that are viable today, and maybe we can come up with a portfolio to utilize these innovative solutions in order to ensure long-term electricity security. And with that, I would like to conclude my presentation. Thank you very much.
네, 김승환 교수님 발표 감사드립니다. 전력 안보를
Thank you very much, Professor Kim, for the presentation. So that was the presentation under the theme of Grid Innovation for Long-Term Electricity Security. And now this is going to be the last presentation in this session under the theme of a discussion on the evolution of electricity markets in response to changing energy mix and soaring prices, to be delivered by Assistant Professor Hyun Shin of Hongik University. Please welcome me with a big round of applause.
네, 안녕하세요. 홍익대
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am from the Electric Engineering Department of Hongik University, and today I would like to talk to you about the power wholesale market structure. Now, as we all know, the energy mix is rapidly changing, and more recently, the electricity security crisis is a big issue. So then, in order to respond to this, how can we improve or evolve the electricity wholesale market is the main topic. Now, the first two pages are about the short-term and long-term challenges as a way of explaining the background. The first is, again, as we all know, the future power market by, let's say, 2030 and 2050. Now, it is going to be dominated by the renewable sources. Now, the energy crisis and also even before the issue of the energy security crisis, then now these are the outlooks produced before then. And it talks about how by 2050, we have to reach net zero, meaning that the carbon emission has to be net zero. And then now we don't have too far to go, but so this is about by 2030 what we're going to do. So how all the different countries are going to do. So these are the NZE and the APC scenarios. So both of them are dealing with like renewable energy and also the nuclear power plant, and they're saying that these energy sources are going to be over 50%. And now this is a present challenge. Now the COVID-19, so as we recover from COVID-19, we see the power demand is recovering, and at the same time, Russia invading Ukraine, and then this is also disrupting gas supply, driving up the gas prices. On the right-hand side, this is a trend in gas prices as well as the coal prices, and you see that they are spiking. And what's in the middle is the UK wholesale electricity price, and this is also climbing sharply. So they represent serious challenges and serious crises, and so for them we have to think about various solutions. So for example, increasing energy supply or diversifying the energy sources, or also encouraging the customers to reduce their usage. And there are also a lot of discussions about the gas prices as well. So now, so far I have talked about more about the long-term challenges. So in the first few pages I talked about the long-term challenges, but now the second challenge is what we are faced with right now, so the imminent challenges. So then what I would like to discuss today is, now faced with these two issues, is the current power market structure able to handle them? So let me first discuss that question, and if not, then will there be an alternative approach? Is going to be the next topic. Now, before I go into this question, let me first state this. There is no such thing as a perfect market in the world. But depending on the timing and the region, there could be a better market. So we do not have to say that, well, no market is perfect, so all this discussion will be moot. So that is not the point. We would have to try to find a better market. Then why is this a good timing for us to discuss this in Korea? And that is first because of the electricity market in Korea is being upgraded. So of course what I'm discussing today is not limited to Korea, it's more generalized, but still I do believe that it is a good timing. And before we go into the main part, then what is a good market? And it is the market that can cost effectively accommodate low carbon clean energy sources. And so in these markets, there are some principles that we have to consider as well. And they also have to be able to handle the challenges, both present and future. So for the electricity market, then there would be like the ancillary service markets or the capacity markets, and of course the levels are not all the same, but then there are different types of markets and a lot of sub-markets too. Could be quite confusing, so how are we going to combine them in the right way to create the right structure, I believe is a point that needs further discussion. So first about so when we discuss the electricity market, then one of the most frequently asked questions is about the is whether it is a bilateral market or is it a mediated market. In other words, is there an intermediary or a middle player? And which one is a better market? So perhaps this is more of a fundamental question or a sensitive question. It's a question that defies an answer from myself. But then now the European market, they say that this is a contract-based market. The US market, on the other hand, is more of a mediated market. So a central planner tries to optimize this market. So this is based on the power supply. But then now, no matter the market, so not just the power market, but also the commodity market or whatever, then I would say that there are some elements of mixture of both, either bilateral or mediated. In other words, no market is just one type, but then we often see the mixture. So then in our case, then to differentiate between bilateral market or a mediated market, then the answer would depend on where the focus of this particular market lies. But for both, again, I also mentioned that there is a mixture of both elements, but depending on where we focus on, I believe that the electricity market structure could also be significantly different. Then for the European market, so for no matter the market, then there is a forward and scheduling commitment, and then also balancing. But then in Europe, they prefer more free transactions. So then for contracts, in other words, bilateral contracts, so you see that they are more tilting toward the right-hand side. So in Europe, balancing market is literally about balancing. So they would have their own free contracts, and then in the scheduling, they would schedule their usage. And then now, of course, during the grid operation, then sometimes they would not match. So the balancing market, what it does is to balance this. But then for the US market, what is different is that they have decentralized dispatch, and they also have decentralized commitment. And also, I'm not talking about the time sequence, but then again, this is more about where they put the focus on. So for the central dispatch, and also there's the real market reference, and then it would move on to the left-hand side. So then there are also some price risks in the spot market, and they can also be addressed by contract. So in a way, such risks would be hedged using contracts. So then in the case of Korea, what would be a more appropriate market? Well, there are various factors. One would be the geography. So when I say geography or the topography, it does not mean there is more water or mountain, but then more of the cultural features of the market. And also not just the electricity market, but overall market culture. And second is the principles in the market are important. So the market principles also have to include reducing the overall cost. Then also the price has to be known to others. So the price information has to be theirs for the investors to make the decision on whether to invest in this market or not. And third, of course, the operation has to be transparent. And then also the non-discriminatory access should be allowed. And then the market environment. So this is about the circumstances surrounding the market. So for example, the energy crisis. So then for the Korean situation, which market structure would be right? Which would be better? And also, is there a different model than the European model or the US model? I believe that now these are the questions that we have to think about now. Now let us take a look at the first two bullets. So the Korean electricity market run by KPX, this is more based on centralized dispatch. And then rather than the European model, we are following more of the US model. And then another factor was about the trading cost. So trying to reduce the trading cost. So that would be done by optimizing the overall market in general. And then about the price, well, if it is based on contract, then the price will not be visible. So let's say no matter how many PPAs you have, even if you Google them, you will not be able to find the price. But then now, if it is PGA, then if you search them, then you can get the information in very pretty pictures right away. But still, I tend to think that the US market might be a bit more appropriate to Korea. I'm not trying to draw any conclusion here, but then I'm just stating that at this time it appears as if the US market is more appropriate. But then now the last part about the market environment. So given the current situation surrounding the market, the geopolitical issues, as well as the long-term goals of net zero, so we also have to consider whether these environments can also be handled by the current structure of the market. Now then, let's first review the market. So the electricity market is structurally designed to enhance efficiency. And in this case, the pricing rule is very important because how we determine the price is very important. So in this case, it uses the marginal pricing rule. So using the marginal price. So there is the rule of using the marginal price to set the pricing. This rule comes with many good advantages. I'm not going to read through them all, but then these are the advantages, creating a general consensus of using marginal price in the market. Now, some also use pay as bid, but then since we are focusing on the US market, so the marginal pricing rule is the norm there. Then is the marginal pricing rule, will this be able to handle the mid-term or the short-term and long-term challenges? So one of the biggest concerns is also what the first speaker has mentioned as well. And that is about the renewable energy and how it has close to zero marginal cost, and likewise the nuclear energy as well. So now then, as you can see here, the merit order, then you see the pricing could have been determined at the central point, but then now later on the price keeps moving to the right, so the price plummets. So the average market price keeps going down, and then the VRE, so this is wind and solar, and they keep moving left and right. And then the market price would also go up and down. So there is price volatility. So there is going to be a big range of price volatility. And then on the left-hand side, below, so this is about how the renewable energy increases, and as a result, the price on average falls. And then second is about the ERCOT, so this is in Texas, and it also shows how in the electricity market, the price volatility keeps growing. And the volatility by time is also increasing, but also by region, it is bound to increase as well in terms of the volatility. Then so far I have talked about the renewable energy. Then now what about the current situation? So how is it going to affect the price? Well, energy prices are going up, so the electricity market price will also go up. So this is the basis for the assessment. And one of the recent analyses is that now the marginal pricing based market, is this right or not right? In other words, maybe we should move to the bilateral market. In other words, the contract-based market, or even average price-based market. So these are some of the discussions that are more coming to the fore recently. Now let me also take a look into the European market and whether this is right for the current circumstances. Now the left-hand box, so this is about the self-schedule. So this is about the contract, and then also based on the self-scheduling. So the overall social cost for electricity based on these schemes. So individuals, so they would have the contract, they would also do their self-scheduling, meaning that individuals would optimize their own issues. So this is the sum of local optimization. But then on the right-hand side, so in the US market, it's more of decentralized optimization. So compared to the cost, then the left-hand side is going to be higher than what's on the right-hand side. And also the cost for optimizing the power grid. Well, this issue itself, now with the increasing penetration of renewable energy and also flexible sources and also the loads changing, so they also show that all these are compounding the issues too. And that is why the gap between the left-hand issues and the right-hand issues is also growing. Then also the power system or the network, they are also becoming more and more complex. So in the European market, so I mentioned that there is self-scheduling and then there's balancing as well. So in the balancing market, the balancing cost is increasing too. So what's below is about the UK balancing cost increase, the pace of increase of the balancing cost in the UK. So you see that things are getting more and more dynamic. The cost gap as a result is increasing. And also, if we are to introduce a European market system, then this also means that the balancing cost is bound to increase too. So again, I'm not saying which one is better, so I'm not drawing any conclusion about which one is better, but then now it appears as if the US market is not entirely better positioned to handle the future challenges than the European market. Now then, once again, coming back to the central market, then if we are to adopt the central market, then what should be the way forward for us? So Professor William Hogan of Harvard University, now he has mentioned that in a competitive market operating under principles of open access and non-discrimination, good design begins with a real-time market and works backward. So then, for the market design, then let us start from the real-time market and the centralized market. And also, as I have mentioned earlier, because the real-time market and decentralized market, they can also be references for others too, because there are the price signals coming from these markets and they can be the references for contracts for other purposes.
어떻게 우리가 디자인을 해야 되느냐? 첫 번째
Then how should we design this? The first is, I believe, the importance of scarcity pricing will increase. So now looking at this, the merit order, then on the right hand side, then most of it is zero. So the marginal cost is zero. So the scarcity pricing, then that is increasing sharply to the right. So when the capacity is in shortage, then the pricing goes up, so that is the scarcity pricing. But if we do not have this, then in the future, the marginal price, everything will be zero. But then you need this on the right-hand side, the green line. So when there is capacity shortage, then the price will skyrocket, meaning that the flexible resources, so the other assets will be able to move in. So meaning that it will then create incentives to make investment. So that is why in the US, they're trying to strengthen the scarcity pricing. So in ERCOT, I understand that by 2040, they are applying the ORDC. So what this means is that we only talked about energy scarcity, but then we also have to talk about reserve scarcity as well. So from the overall system perspective, they created this demand curve and then they put this on top of it. In other words, if there is also shortage of reserve, then the price would also go up. And price volatility in and of itself is not a bad thing, unlike what we expect, because this could also give you the signal to make new investment. And also there is one common misunderstanding. Now, when we say marginal cost being zero, then does that mean that the spot market in the electricity wholesale market, will this also be zero? So we often think that is the case, but that's really not the reality. So let's say in North America, hydrogen is dominant, but then in the electricity power market, the price is not zero. Because hydrogen, this is also electricity storage, so there's also opportunity cost. So when are you going to store this water and discharge this? So the pricing here is not zero. Also the offer-based market, so I will call this the PBT market. So in the PBT market, it's not that we submit the marginal price, but then we would submit the offer curve. And then on the right-hand side, if the penalty, so let's say for the discharge, so if I cannot follow the discharge instruction, then there could be penalties. In such a case, then the renewable energy, then the marginal cost is not going to be zero. But then you also have to think about the probability, and you also have to think about the generation volume as well as the penalty. So then you can bid for this in this curve shape. And because of the lack of time, let me move on very quickly. So second is about the power market operation has to be upgraded. So we need to have more advanced operation of the market. And the third point is we need to strengthen the ancillary service market. So the value, of course, the energy service itself is very important, but then also the regulated market is also very attractive, as the first speaker mentioned. So we also need to strengthen the ancillary service market. But of course, for the players, we need to provide hedging instruments. So one example would be long-term contract. So again, no market is perfect, so at times government intervention might be needed. So gas cap or the price cap. And also the fourth one is the windfall tax. So windfall tax is also being discussed all over the world. And another is about the adjustment coefficient. So this is about reducing the infra margin. So but again, we also need to analyze the possible consequences of such intervention, and this should not be made frequent. At any rate, so at crisis times, they say that we need to intervene in the market, then that means that we need to be able to determine when a crisis is. So right now, it appears to be a crisis. But then also during COVID-19, they say that during the pandemic, the electricity demand had fallen by the farthest extent since the World War II. So that was also a crisis, but not so much that it would change the market fundamentals. Now this is the natural gas price trend for the past few years on the right-hand side. So you see that the gas prices have gone up quite a lot, but then there were also times when the prices were higher. So it is also important to make the decision about the timing for the government's intervention in the market. So then these are the conclusions of my presentation. So there may be some crisis, but then perhaps not so big as to change the principles of the market itself. And we need to find the right design for the market. And the third is that the marginal cost being zero does not mean that the market price is zero. And the last is that at times of crisis, market intervention might be needed, but we need to analyze the consequences of that, and the intervention should not be frequent. And that is all from my presentation. Thank you very much.
네, 신훈영 교수님.
Thank you very much, Professor Shin, for the presentation. He talked about the energy mix and also the pricing and how we need to evolve the electricity market. Thank you very much.
죠. 전력 안보를 위한.
So with that, we have come to the end of the presentations in session 1 under the theme of wholesale electricity market and the power grid operations, actions, and roles for electricity security. So after the presentations, we will now have a 50-minute panel discussion. And we would like to take as many questions as possible. So if you have questions, then you may raise your hand later on, and we will hand over the microphone to you. And we also have online audience participating on the YouTube streaming. And of course, if you all also have questions, then please leave your questions on the real-time chat box, and we would also try to answer those questions as possible. The energy supply chain has become a very important issue, and especially with regards to the global supply chain, with the Russian invasion of Ukraine in February. Now, as a consequence of that, the Western countries have imposed sanctions against Russia, and following that, Russia has announced the suspension of gas supply. So Europe currently is undergoing a serious energy crisis. Recently, there have been spikes in energy prices, and that have also led to graver consequences. So on one hand, we have the energy supply issues, but then also, not only that, in 2022, there has been extreme heat wave and also heavy rainfalls buffeting many different parts of the world. And we see that they are the result of the climate change, which we now see on almost on a daily basis. And this is also one factor that is disrupting the energy supply chain. Now then, how are we going to address these issues and challenges are going to be the point of session 1 and session 2 today. And also ensuring electricity security and also ensuring security in the power supply chain have become important issues, and also indeed a part of national agenda, not only for Korea but also for countries of the world. So again, we would have to think about how we are going to address resource supply and demand by the different countries. And also we will take a look into how the different countries are responding to them, especially from Europe and from the American continent as well.
전력망의 대응과
So in this session, we talked about the wholesale electricity market and the power grid operation. And as earlier, we had the 3 presentations regarding hybrid configuration with rapidly changing market prices, grid innovation for long-term electricity security, and a discussion on the evolution of the electricity market in response to changing energy mix and soaring prices. Now, we will have the panel discussion session before moving on to the session 2. The topic of the session 2 is how generation mix and energy supply chain are interlinked with electricity security. And for the second session, just like the first session, we will have 3 presentations. The first presentation of the session 2 is about the net zero in Australia. And the second presentation is about the generation mix implementation strategy considering energy security. And the third one is the market innovation and strategies to secure a stable electricity supply. So there is a uncertainty in the energy supply, and how can we reduce the disruptions in energy supply? So I hope that this conference will be a great opportunity for us to explore the answers for this. And also this is a national agenda, but also international agenda as well. So this is something that we have to join our hands together. And in this sense, maybe we can learn a lot from the North American countries, developed nations, and also the European countries which are now experiencing severe energy crisis. For the panel discussion, we are going to begin that shortly, and we will have 15-minute panel discussion session. And if you do have questions, please raise your hand for on-site participants. And for our online participants, please leave your questions in the chatting window or the Q&A section, so that we can entertain as many questions as possible. So I think the stage is ready. And now I would like to invite the moderator and panelists to the stage. When your names are called, please come forward and come up to the stage and take the designated seats. So let me invite the speakers first, as well as the moderator. and panelists. So total 7 people. I would like to invite them to the stage. As I said earlier, panel discussion will take place for about 15 minutes. Again, on-site participants, please raise your hand. We will give you the microphone.
그리고 유튜브를 통해서도 댓글 남겨주시기 바랍니다. 자, 그럼 오늘
And for online participants, please leave your questions in the chat window. First, so we'd like to invite the speakers to the stage. James Hyungkwan Kim, the first speaker, and Professor Kim Seung-wan and Professor Shin Hoon-young. I would like to invite them to the stage. And also the panelists, Professor Cho Young-tak of Hanban National University, Yoo Seung-eun, Dean of the College of Creativity and Convergence of the Seoul National University of Science and Technology, and Lee Yoo-soo, Managing Director of Energy Carbon Neutrality Research Group of the Korea Energy Economics Institute. Also, last but not least, I would like to invite the moderator, Kim Yoon-kyung, Professor of Ewha Women's University, to the stage. Please welcome them with a big round of applause. Now I'll turn over the microphone to the moderator. Good afternoon. As introduced, I am Kim Yoon-kyung from Ewha Women's University. And also we all listened to all three presentations. And when selecting the theme for the SICEM 2022, we thought that the overarching theme should be the electricity security. So we talk a lot about the energy security, but when it comes to electricity security, because Korea experienced very rare outages and blackouts, and therefore we have a very secure electricity. But in order to maintain this situation, we also have to think about what we should do further. And in this regard, this seminar has been organized. As mentioned by MC, and as you could see from the schedule, so we had 3 presentations. And we have 3 panelists. So the first panelist is the Professor Cho Young-tak. Please comment. Thank you very much for inviting me to this great conference. I'd like to thank the organizer for giving me this chance. I don't really have a lot to say, but I think that I am invited here. And this conference has been a very good learning opportunity for me. And so regarding the 3 presentations, I will just ask my questions and also the comments. First, as for the Dr. Kim Hyung-kwan's presentation, it was very, very impressive. Especially you talked about the variability of the U.S. market price and how a hybrid can be economically viable option when it is combined with the ESS. And I think that this is something that Korea should follow in the long-term basis. But for Korea, how to follow that, I think this is something that we have to delve into further. And in this sense, I would like to briefly just explain you about the Korea's ESS policy. In the past, we only had the ESS or simple energy strategy combined with the REC. But because of that, it has led to various problems. For example, like we provided too much REC, and also the charging and discharging happened too frequently, which led to the fire accident. And also it took place without full consideration of the grid operation. And so the ESS became the stumbling block for the operation of the grid on the Jeju Island. That's why recently Korea government abolished the price benefit and also the REC. So as for the ESS, I think the most important one is the security or safety issue. I'm not a technical expert, but so let's just make assumption that there is no safety issue. And as mentioned by scientist Kim, I think that we have to pursue ESS in line with the market. So I think this is something that we can learn from the first presentation. So for example, like the arbitrage or the energy market, this is something that we have to introduce. In Korea, I think it's still not clear whether it could be economically viable. In the long term, it will be viable, but there are some variables. For example, like when there is a peak load in the nighttime, there should be the enough price gap. Only then we can have the economic viability. So this is something that we have to monitor and be prepared for future. And also another thing that I would like to talk about is the VPP. So we can expand VPP. Again, there are some economic issues with regards to VPP, but in order for the renewable energies to be dispatchable, I believe the VPP is critical. And ESS can be combined with VPP. So again, this could be the one solution that we can adopt. And the third one is in terms of the grid operation, we can expand the ancillary service market, including ESS. And especially when it comes to the grid inertia issue, ESS can be a great solution to the declining grid inertia with the introduction of the renewable energy. And also, we need not only the short-term storage devices, we also need the long-term storage devices in order to address the intermittency of the VRE. So in that sense, long-term ESS is something that we also have to pursue. And with regards to the grid interconnection, Professor Kim Seung-wan, as he mentioned, we have to think about the ESS to resolve the constraints on the power generation network as well as transmission network. So anyway, ESS should be pursued in line with the grid and in line with the market. I think this is something that the Korean government should move forward. And Professor Kim Seung-wan's presentation, the second presentation, I completely agree with what he said. So when it comes to, even for the security, yes, we talk a lot about the security of the import resources, imported resources and the price. But I believe the grid is a very important aspect for the electricity security, whether it's the fossil fuel or the renewables. It's because Korea has a very high population density and has a very mountainous area, and therefore we have our own unique challenges for the grid operation, and also social acceptance is not that high for grid expansion. So in that sense, I completely agree with that we have to find some innovative solutions for grid reinforcement. And what's important, I think, is demand. So we have pursued the energy transition, and electrification has been pursued. So the demand for electricity will grow up by 2.5 times. But that 2.5 time increase, this is something that's virtually impossible for the Korean transmission line to absorb and accommodate. So this is one of the weak points that we have to overcome for electricity security, energy security, and also grid stability. So this is something that we really have to seriously take care of. And we have to adjust the demand in order to reduce the burden on grid network. And also you talked about the LMP and local payment method, and I don't think that this could be a solution for all the problems, because there must be a wide gap, but that's not enough, because cost is not about everything. Rather, the infrastructure, market, and also the business conditions, these are all important. And therefore, I think that this is actually the issue of the balance of regional development in one sense. And
그리고 나서 이제 여러 가지 몇 가지 더
also you said, and I completely agree with what you said. So you talked about the data linkage with the HDVC and HVDC, and I think this could be a great solution. And especially with the HVDC, you can have effective connection with the Seoul metropolitan area. But as mentioned by Professor Kim Seung-wan, if you use the subsea cable or subsea transmission line, again, we have to think about the potential conflicts with the local residents and how we can handle that. And also, the HDVC is pretty vulnerable to breakdown, as you could see from the case of the Jeju Island. But so if this HDVC is used for connection with the Seoul metropolitan area, then the repercussion, and if it experiences the breakdown, then the repercussion will be much greater than what happened on the Jeju Island. And also another issue with the HVDC is the resonance with the low frequency. And I understand that this technical issue has not been completely dealt with yet. So this is something that we have to work on. So anyway, I think that we really have to find out various innovative solutions as mentioned by Professor Kim. And also he mentioned that the decentralization cannot be a silver bullet. And so solar and the PV, wind, they are not decentralized at all. They are all concentrated in certain localities. And it can create a huge demand for grid and network. So we really have to find out the innovative solutions to this problem. So including the way to reduce demand. Last but not least, I would like to make a brief comment on Professor Shin's presentation. So I studied your draft material before coming to the Seoul. And basically, I think you raised two issues. So with the expansion of the renewable energy, there is an issue of the cost for the stranded assets. And also when we have the marginal pricing, if the crisis happens, then it could lead to the price spike. So I think these two are very important. And regarding these two issues, I think this is something that we have to find solutions. And regarding that, I would like to make some personal comment that we have to think about the limitations of the existing market and also the problems that are associated with the lack of proper operation of the market. So we talk about the settlement based on the marginal pricing, but this system does not work properly. And also there are problems and distortion in the retail market as well as the wholesale market. In fact, Korea's power market is very distorted. And also there are heavy regulations. And therefore, I believe that we have to normalize the wholesale market first in order to ensure market stability. So I talked a lot about the market reform. Currently, the settlement centers around the coal and the nuclear power. So conventional S&P price has to be rectified in order to enhance the market stability. For example, like for the price, we only have a day ahead market, not the real time market. But in overseas, they have the real time spot markets. We only have day ahead markets. So if we could expand and have more diverse kinds of markets, then I think we can find solutions for market stability. So this is one comment that I would like to make regarding the Dr. Sin's presentation. And also as for the investment and fixed cost, maybe we can have the 2-week settlement market. Or let's say maybe we can create some spot real-time market for gas trade. And also, even if we cannot retrieve the fixed cost, Schumpeter actually talked about the creative destruction. So when there are a lot of changes, there could be inevitable bankruptcies and destructions. And what Schumpeter said that these should not be considered as cost. Rather, it's just an inevitable thing that will happen as the world evolves. But right now, the problem is that the renewable energy, they win the battle against the stranded assets, not because they are competitive, but because they are subsidized. So if we have to continuously provide the subsidies for the renewable energy, then we will also encounter the issues of the compensation for stranded assets. So this is something that we also have to work on. And also with the marginal price structure, if there is a price spike, then there is very little room for us to handle this issue. But if both gas and oil prices go up, then anyway, energy prices will go up. But then this will also lead to the price increase in the retail market, which will deliver the signal to the market. But in Korea, we don't really have such a market signal because of the heavy restrictions on the retail market. So even if the energy prices go up, electricity tariff still remains very low. So this again shows the distortion of the Korean market. And therefore, I believe that the energy price should be reflected at least 30 to 40% or 50% in the electricity tariff. Then we can have some buffer system for the price spike. However, in Korea, this system does not work. So I think all these problems actually stem from the distortion of the Korea's electricity market. So if there is a price spike, yes, there should be the government intervention. But the problem with the Korea is that government already intervened in too many ways. So in the sense, we actually envy the European market because market mechanism really works well there, and there is no little room for government intervention. But in Korea, because market is heavily regulated, and therefore the market mechanism doesn't function at all. And also, we experience a lot of distortion. And therefore, the conventional wholesale market has to be reformed in order to prevent this kind of problems. And also, with the expansion of the renewable energy, I think this is another issue that we have to tackle. And for this, I think we have to redesign the market. But because of time constraint, I will just make one final comment. So with the expansion of the renewable energy, in fact, the technical and economic characteristics are very different with the renewable versus the conventional. But we have to think about we have to find solutions to correct this distorted conventional market and also redefine the market for renewables. In other words, renewables anyway, I think, has to be combined with dispatchable resources because market reform cannot take place in a vacuum, right? Because there is a dependency. So I think market will evolve in such a way. And with that, thank you very much.
제가 그 명단에 조 교수님이 바로
Well, now I called on Professor Chu first because you were on the first on the list, but then now perhaps that was a mistake because you were also the former president, so you tend to look at the big picture. And I believe that because of that, perhaps that leaves little for the others to say. But still, I do hope that there would be more discussions to follow. So now I'd like to move on to Dean Yu. Yes, hello. This is Seung-hoon Yu from the College of Creativity and Convergence of the Seoul National University of Science and Technology. So I have listened to the 3 presentations with great attention. And also, I was highly impressed by Professor Cho's discussion that sounded more like a presentation. But yes, thank you very much. And so I have learned a great deal. And there's not much for me to say in the way of discussion. But since I'm here as a panelist, I would like to try. Now, regarding the renewable energy having to be paired with ESS in hybrid composition, mentioned by Dr. Kim, yes, of course, I also agree with this. And I believe that for the Korean case, we have to look at 2 points. First is about the cost of ESS, because ESS is very expensive. Now, for KEPCO, then, now they actually did not make it through the preliminary feasibility for the ESS because it is technologically challenging and also not easy to do. It's also expensive. But then now, are we going to then outsource this to the private sector? Then that is not going to be easy either. Then in order to fill out the ESS that is going to be needed in large scale, then it appears that it is necessary for the public sector to be budgeted with this. Then perhaps we could create an ESS corporation, or KEPCO could take up this responsibility, or the 6 generation companies can bear this responsibility. But I do hope in the foreseeable future we undertake a large-scale project to enable ESS in Korea. So that is the first point that I wanted to make. And the second is, it appears as if ESS in Korea is too much focused on batteries. So on one hand, we have to take a broader look into ESS. So on one hand, if we can increase them, then we should. And then also the pumping capability, we also need to strengthen them. And also the sector couplings, we also need to have more discussion on this as well. And second, about what Professor Kim Seung-hoon has mentioned. Now, I agree with his 4 recommendations, and if I could just point out 2 things. So, about the grid planning, yes, of course, I agree with that. And yes, at the 12th Basic Plan, there were great efforts made in order to reflect this. So this is, now if KEPCO were to lay the grid, then they have to go through the preliminary feasibility study. And just to strengthen the grid without having much increase in demand, this is not likely to go and pass the preliminary feasibility study, because they would also be subject to audit later on. So unless there is a very clear demand-supply plan, then we cannot pass the preliminary feasibility study. So then for the grid reinforcement project that also is accompanied by good planning, then I do believe that they need to be exempted from the preliminary feasibility study so that we can also go ahead with the project in a timely manner. So I do hope that there can be further discussion regarding the relevant organizations. So we do have some cases where we waive the preliminary feasibility study. So I hope that it can be also done in this case. So for example, coming out with grid reinforcement first and generation plan later is probably not going to be realistic. And then it was also mentioned how, given the land pricing, we need to maintain a large gap in the pricing, and I also agree with that. But so I agree with the need, but it's whether that is realistic or not. Now that is not going to be easy either. So instead of trying to get everything done through the market, I believe that perhaps we need to have another set of support aside from the market. So for example, in the US, they also have a scheme for support for such distributed system. And also Denmark, Japan, they also have similar schemes, for example, providing incentives or credit. So unless we have this separate support system, then having the distributed system is not going to be easy. And last but not least, regarding Professor Shin's comments, I also generally agree. And now looking at the reality in Korea, then so the point was, I believe, we need to stabilize S&P. It has topped 250, and there are also projections of topping 300 by the end of the year. So we need to stabilize this. So Professor Shin also briefly mentioned windfall profits or the windfall tax, but given that so there is also a question of whether for the Korean gencos, whether their revenue can be categorized as windfall profit or not. And also in some other parts of the world now, when they try to regulate the pricing, then they are often subject to litigation. And one smooth way is to control the natural gas price as much as possible so that they can stabilize the S&P as well. So if you take that route, then we see that it is less prone to litigation. But this is perhaps not directly related to the electricity market, but then they say that for the gas corporation, the receivables are like 5 trillion won, and by the end of the year it would be close to 10 trillion won. So in order to overcome the crisis, then we have to consider not only the electricity market but also the gas market and also the other related measures as well. All right, thank you very much for that. Now, as you would all know, Professor Yu has been participating in the electricity demand supply basic plan. So that is why he has touched upon the entire value chain of the electricity. So thank you very much. And now we'll go to Mr. Yusu Lee.
Yes, so I am from the Korea Energy Economics Institute. And I can experience a sort of the frustration as the last panelist to comment on, because already what I'm going to talk about are already covered by the two previous panelists. And if you think about the current problems and also the grid installations and market structures, I think we have heard very fresh perspectives. So regarding the Dr. Kim's presentation, the first presentation, when there is a high percentage of the renewable energies, especially the VA operators, such as the PV and the wind, when they are combined with the ESS, then they can utilize arbitrage opportunities when there is a high price fluctuation. So I believe that this is something that the Korean market will also go, but then the stumbling block, what stands in our way, I think, is the economic viability of the ESS. And Professor Kim Sung-wan talked about the grid expansion and also the issues with the social acceptance and opposition from local residents, and he came up with several alternatives or suggestions for that. And then the Professor Shin Hoon-young talked about the electricity structural market and some fundamental problems associated with this. And so if you think about Korea, as mentioned by the Professor Cho, I think there are three problems that need to be addressed. Number one, if you look at the current wholesale market structure and also how electricity tariff is decided, you can see that there are heavy regulations. And also all the responsibilities are just passed to the operators in the wholesale market. In other words, heavily regulated market structure. And this could be our fundamental problem, but then we experience the continuous input of the renewable energy, which aggravate the issues and also create the new problems of the grid stability. And in addition, there is a price hike in fuel price. And as a result, the price fluctuation becomes very serious. So all these three problems, I think, take place simultaneously. So it's very difficult to resolve them. So in terms of the stability of the grid, in that sense, I think the renewable energy facilities could introduce a lot of disruptions, but they will become the mainstream, and therefore we have to redefine our system. So if you look at the market operation, as I said earlier, we don't really have high VRE in our power mix, but with the increase in VRE, I think it will be increasingly difficult to operate the market, because in the past we only had the nuclear power and also thermal power, and these facilities and power plants, the market has been designed for the efficient operation of this conventional energy. But then with the introduction of the VRE, there are more variability in terms of the power output and dispatchment. And so because of that, the existing facilities cannot be operated in an efficient manner. And this can also lead to even greater carbon dioxide emission. And as mentioned by Professor Shin, with the expansion of the renewable energy, the average price go down, whereas other fuel prices, because of that, the variability has gone up. And price fluctuation has become more aggravated, which means that if the average price goes down, then it will accelerate the time for these renewable facilities to become stranded assets, and therefore we have to find out a solution for this. And also in terms of the grid operation, in fact, the VRE will lead to increase in the frequency instability, because it can heavily affect the inertia. And so we talk about the synchronous equipment to address this issue, and we have come up with some technical solutions. However, the fundamental problem lies with the market structure, and so unless we resolve them, it will be difficult for us to address this issue. And in fact, how we can compensate the market value for the flexible resources, I think this is the quick question. So we have to introduce the flexibility resources as early as possible in order to address the intermittency issues of the renewable energy. But unless there is a proper market compensation, we cannot really create fast changes. And also, if there is excess power, then how can we handle that? So this is something that we have to work on. And as mentioned by the Professor Kim Seung-wan, so he talked about the problems with the reinforcement of the transmission line. And we talked a lot about the decentralization. However, the Korea's power system is still central, and it is run by the large generators with the long transmission line to customers. And this structure will not be changed easily. But if you look at other countries, you can see that there are a lot of microgrid, so creating the independent power generation systems, and these microgrids are interconnected one another. But in order for Korea to make that shift, I think we have to overcome a lot of issues. So whether it's the PV or the wind that are concentrated in the Jeonnam or Jeonbuk provinces. So you can see that the where power is generated is completely different from where power is consumed. And this requires heavy investment in an expansion of the transmission and distribution lines. So in that sense, I think we have to create the environment appropriate for decentralization. In other words, we have to create the environment which can enable indigenous power generation in order to strike a better balance between supply and demand. So for the metropolitan area, as the speaker said, there will be a continuous growth in energy demand. And we have to think about whether there are any spaces available for PV installation. And he also talked about the LMP or location of marginal price. And in terms of the operation of the electricity market, I think LMP is something that we cannot easily adopt. So it's still a far-fetched solution. And as for the transmission line and distribution line, I think that these two are also two different network. And actually, if you put transmission and distribution line, if you consider both of them, there are very little regional gap. But we have to create the environment which can deliver the appropriate price signal. And we talked a lot about the supply side only in the first session, but what's important, I think, is also on the demand side and how can we improve efficiency for the demand management. And this is related with the price signal. So this again indicates that we have to rectify the distorted price structure of the Korea's electricity market. And also regarding the market structure, currently we have like 100% variable cost system, but I believe that the right path that we have to move is to introduce the bidding system, and for this the contract market should be introduced. Otherwise, especially with the high spike of the fuel price, if we continue to center around the spot market, then the problems will continue to be aggravated. And in the sense, the offtake volume should be expanded. And for the spot market, it should be used only to strike balance between demand and supply. But still, it's a distant dream for us. But I think that this is the right direction that we have to go.
Thank you very much for the comments. And now I would like to give some time to the presenters to respond to the questions and the comments given just now. But we have also received some questions from the floor. So then as the presenters provide the responses to the comments, I hope that they can also respond to these questions. And without identifying the questioners, I would just like to deliver these questions along with mine. Now, if we are to expand the infrastructure, then wouldn't this further increase the electricity price? And second is about the ESS. Let's say for the ESS, if there is fire, then what are the plans or the responses against this? So perhaps Dr. Kim from the US can respond to this. And then what is the type of ESS that we need in Korea? as we in Korea continue to increase the output from the renewable energy as well. So now I would like to go back to these speakers to provide their responses. Okay, thank you very much for the excellent feedback, and also with so many people gathered here today now discussing the Korean electricity market and the US electricity market, and also the kind of synergy that we can get. So thank you very much for the comments. Now from the floor, yes, the ESS fire prevention, I understand that that is a big question. So a lot of ideas are being provided both in Korea and the US. And also in the US, yes, there have been such issues as well. So especially in the ESS system, there have been some fires, and also in Korea as well, there have been some issues about the safety of the ESS. But I believe that the approach is different between Korea and the US. In Korea, it seems as if it appears not to be safe now, so let's wait and see. But then in the US, it appears as if since it is not safe now, let us work harder. So let us work on it, analyze this, gather data, so they will be able to reduce the risks and try to prevent fire. And I would say that both approaches make sense, and perhaps we can find a compromise between the two. But yes, over the longer term, because the ESS will be an indispensable part of the electricity grid in the future, then perhaps for the longer term, it might be better to thoroughly prepare for it. And then also, there was a lot of good advice, and if I may just respond to some of the common statements in the discussions. The first was about the ESS economics. So the economics would be different between the US and Korea, and based on this, the policy recommendations might also be different. So to this feedback, if I may very briefly respond. Now, I believe that it's about the cost and value. So in terms of cost and value, now between Korea and the US, I understand that the hardware cost is a little different. But in the case of Korea, so not only the ESS, but then also the renewable energy software cost. So not the hardware only, but then I understand that the software cost in Korea is a bit higher. So because of this, perhaps the overall value is a bit lower. But then what is more important is about how much revenue that they can get. So what is going to be the income that they can get? And I believe that there is also a difference between the two countries. In Korea, you use SMP, so the price is the same, so the value is also the same. But then in the US, they have the locational margin prices, so meaning that by region, the prices are different, and also the prices there could be like thousands of different prices. So depending on the pricing, their revenue could be different. Then also in Texas, Waco, especially, they have a lot of ESS companies housed there. And what they say is that the break-even point for the recent ESS systems is that now usually it's between 2 to 3 years and maximum 5 years. So otherwise they would not invest in it. So it seems as if they have a lot of arbitrary price points where they will be able to recover the investment, but then perhaps that is not the case in Korea. And then second is about the signal, so the price signal, and how is the price signal working. So again, the Korean market is a bit different from the US, so there's a real-time price and also the ramping. So how is this also going to be reflected into the pricing, and how quickly? So regarding all these issues, I believe that there are some structural differences, and these structural differences would also perhaps be different in terms of the impact in encouraging the participation by the different market participants. So again, I understand that Korean market is different. So in terms of the ancillary service market and also the price signal, so I understand that Korea is continuously looking to make improvement, and also it is considering the different regional considerations as well. So if we can see this improvement actually take place, then I'm sure that there would be many more market participants to come, and there would be a bigger push for other players to jump into the market as well. So I would like to wrap up here. Thank you.
Professor Kim, please. I'll respond to the questions from the floor first. The first question was about the infrastructure expansion, and this could accelerate the increase of the electricity tariff. And I'm not quite clear what you mean by infrastructure, but based on my presentation, I think infrastructure could mean the ESS as an alternative for the network expansion, or the HVDC. So yes, these equipment, they can lead to cost increase. But with these equipments, we can have expansion of the renewable energy, and if they can be replaced by the fuel cost, then and if this innovation continue, then the cost increase will be subdued, and eventually cost will decline. So when I do the long-term simulation, I always encounter this kind of conclusion that the cost is not the constant. In other words, the more economies of scale you have, the lower cost you can achieve. And also regarding the curtailment on the Jeju Island, if this curtailment happens in the metropolitan area, then things will be completely different. So for Jeju Island, curtailment happened because of the imbalance between the supply and demand of the local area, whereas if the curtailment happens in the metropolitan area, I think that this is because of the grid congestion issue. And therefore, the solutions to the problems should be different as well between the land area and the island. And I have talked about the grid farming, or the curtailment could be the solution for the curtailment that could happen on the land area. And also for panelists' comments, I actually disagree with one comment that Professor Cho at the end of his comment mentioned that we have to have some gradual evolution, but I slightly disagree with this. I think what we need is a quantum jump. We have to take a quantum leap, because if history tells us that small solutions with the small problems, let's say that we gradually address the small problems, but if things continue to remain unabated, then eventually the breakthrough could happen. So in fact, we experienced such a quantum leap in the year 2013 and also before. And if you look at the US market, it seems that it has continuously been liberalized. However, in the late 1990s and early 2000s, there was a quantum leap that the US market took. So I hope that in Korea, we have to prepare for the quantum leap in this year of 2022, or at least by 2025, we have to prepare for this quantum leap. And one of the strengths of the Korean market, I think, is actually one of the weakest points, that we have a very slow relative market. But because we have done very little, we have made very little progress. So when we try to make a quantum leap, I think that there were very few things that will stand in our way. So in the situation, our weakest point or weakest problem could be our strength. And regarding the Dr. Yu's comment, I was very impressed. And this was something that I have overlooked, so which is about the pre-feasibility study. I've been investigating the pre-feasibility study in the past. And when it comes to pre-feasibility study, what's difficult is how to come up with the future forecast. So in order to avoid the disputes, the easy answer is to comply with the demand and supply plan. Then we can avoid the risk of the revenue stream for future. We can have a very stable forecast, and we don't have to think about the other probabilities. So pre-feasibility study, that's why it tends to just follow the supply and demand plan. An exemption, yes, that could be an answer. But another thing that I would like to suggest is that we have to redefine the framework for a pre-feasibility study. So I talked about the E-Highway 2050 project, and this shows that nothing is impossible. So we can come up with diverse scenarios, and we can also take some probabilistic approaches, and we can make investment in the area where the scenario reside most. And so when we talk about the network expansion project or the CAPCO investment, yes, investment can be done, but the problem is that we are not quite sure about the effectiveness of the investment. Because Korea, we have a monopoly power system, and therefore, for us, it's virtually impossible even to come up with the cost estimates. So this can lead to high risk. So in the sense, I think we have to develop a better system for pre-feasibility study.
그다음에
All right, thank you. And now, Professor Shin, who was the last presenter. If you could respond, please. Thank you. Well, first of all, thank you very much to the very valuable comments by the panelists. So first, Professor Cho, regarding your comments, well, it is true that I updated my presentation slides at the last minute. So it is true that the slides in the book and what I have presented might have been a bit different, and perhaps this has given to some misunderstanding. So if renewable energy is to increase in the future, then the revenue, the profit margin could go down and the market volatility could go up. It is true, but I didn't mean to say that we need to keep it down. So what I meant to say was not to keep it down or to compensate for it, but then rather than that, we need to just try to normalize the market. So on one hand, we need to have the right valuation, and also we need to have the market function on its own. So, and by doing so, this could further increase volatility, but still, I believe that this could also be the incentive for flexible energy sources. And then also, I'm sure that we all agree that we need to realign the market structure, but then where do we start? So I believe that we have to begin from. So I hope that we do not think that the grid operation and the market are separate. So we need to first upgrade the grid operation, and then we need to create the market signals to direct the operation of the grid. And in the course of guiding this, new products can be created. So for example, the flexible lamping product in Kaiso, or what they have in Merco. So for example, the reserve, the FRR. So perhaps these are the kind of products that can come out in the course of trying to normalize the market. So with these, then we can also provide the right price signals, and part of that could also be the ESS. And also regarding the market, one last point is now having to increase the share of contracts. I fully agree, but whether it is a contract market or balancing market, that wasn't the point. What I meant to say was that all markets are a mixture of all. So for example, in the US, the PJC market, I understand that about 24% is based on contract. So perhaps it can be based on contract, but still there should also be a role by the balancing market. So Professor Cho mentioned that it should be based on contract, and then there should be balancing. But then I tend to differ from that. We need to have alignment between the contract market and the balancing, and then based on this, people can have risk hedging. So I would say that it has to be the other way around. And then about the transmission and distribution usage cost. So in the case of Korea, there is also the acceptability issue of LMP. So then perhaps we can just have the regional signals by levying the transmission and distribution costs. But then now if we are to utilize CVP to charge the T&D fee, then this would also affect the tariff, and this could also drive up the pricing for the customer. So it doesn't really provide a regional price signal. Likewise for PBC. So if the cost is going to go up in the regions as well, then they might actually decide to change the priority in dispatch. So perhaps we need to change our way of thinking. So they do say that there could be some acceptability issues with LMP, but at least with LMP, we would not have this type of issue. So we probably still have to consider LMP. And just one last point about ESS. There would be many different approaches to promoting this. So for example, on the grid code, maybe on the grid code, we can also say that for renewable energy, we also need to have a reserve, and also we need to have like VPP. So if that is the case, then we also need to have the ESS. We also need to develop the market. And for the market development, then on one hand, we need to upgrade the grid operation and also promote the market. Then by doing so, we would have a more vibrant market, and this could be an incentive for the participants to come in. And also, yes, right now we are basing the ESS on battery, but I also agree that we need to look into other types as well. So in the US as well, there are discussions of not only battery-based ESS, but then also for others as well. So we also need to provide support for the technology and the related systems as well. Okay, thank you very much. Are there any questions from the floor? So I do not want to take away your coffee break time any further. So I would just like to take just one question from the floor, but I see two hands. But so can we bring the microphone over to the questioner, please?
한전전력연구원
I am the director of the CFIC Demonstration Center. CFIC is what the KEPCO Research Center. In order to improve the acceptability of the renewable energy, we have created this center. So I would like to ask two brief questions. First is regarding the network or grid. So I'd like to ask the question to Professor Kim. So you came up with several alternatives to address these network issues. And there are a lot of projects going on, but I think the ideal solution is to install as many networks as possible. But then this could lead to an issue of social acceptance. And also we have to go to the net zero. So in order to achieve the net zero, and we also have to address the issues of the social acceptance. Another issue that we have to tackle is the cost. And Professor Cho talked about the Joseph Schumpeter, and so my suggestion is maybe we can have one solution. HVDC, it will have a problem. It will have a problem with the undergrounding and also the transmission line. But my suggestion is to use the HVDC to have this undergrounding of the transmission lines, and then I think that this could solve the various issues that we encounter today. So I'd like to hear about your comment on this. And the TOE's project that James Kim talked about, whether it's the long duration or short duration ESS, you said that you conducted the research to reduce the cost by 90%. I don't know whether it includes the battery. If battery is included, and with the battery ESS, what kind of technological improvement should be made in order to drive down the price? So these are the two questions that I would like to ask.
님과 박사님 답변 짧게 부탁드리고요. 그 나머지
Professor Kim and also the Dr. Kim, please briefly answer these two questions. So my question was about the undergrounding of the transmission line, whether it's a good proposal. I agree, and I think it's a good idea. But the reason that I didn't mention about the undergrounding is because I once conducted the study, a survey on the grounding issue with the local government, and I actually showed the survey question during my presentation. So, and I found that the majority of the respondents disagree with the undergrounding idea. But still, I think that undergrounding could be a great solution.
네, 그 에너지 저장 장치 특히 장주기
Well, then regarding the ESS, especially for the long duration ESS, so if I may respond to this, then yes, we are considering various types of ESS, not just lithium-ion, but I believe that we can look at two things. Now, for the long duration energy storage, then different types, like for example, air flow or liquid solid. So they're all being considered. And then for the short duration ESS, then lithium-ion or an alternative, so similar material that could replace it at a cheaper price and more reliably. And one of the projects that I am taking part in is Robin, so it's ROVI, and in this project, so now trying to reduce 90% of the cost within the next 10 years is a challenging goal. So what we are currently doing is about, well, in the US we talk often about scientific ML. So what this means is, now for the long duration ESS or lithium-ion or other types of storage, now all of them being operational is very short, so just a few months or a few years. And for us to also analyze them, then we also need data. But then now let's say for 6 months of data that we have, now we are also trying to analyze this data to ensure reliability for the next like 5-10 years. And then what is the type of technology that we need and what type of chemicals that we need. So we are going to compile the data for 6 months in order to do this type of analysis. So that is what the ROVI is about. So not just 5 or 3 years of data that we track and to analyze, but also for a short-term accumulation of data and analysis could also be possible, so that we will be able to decide on which technologies to focus on. Okay, thank you very much. And I also see another hand for a question, but I am truly sorry, but we would have to wrap up our session at this time. But we do have the coffee break as well, so you might use that time to raise your questions to the speakers. And again, with that, we will conclude our session at this time. And I would like to thank everyone for your excellent presentation and discussion. Thank you.
네, 열띤 토론을 이끌어주신
Thank you very much. So that was Professor Yoon-kyung Kim serving as the moderator, and I would also like to thank all the panelists for the enthusiastic discussion. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of session 1, including panel discussion. And now we'll have about a 15-minute coffee break. Coffee break is for 15 minutes, and we will start session 2 at 4:35. And for the online viewers, we also have online event. So if you leave your comments or feedback on the real-time chat box, and we will have a gift coupon of Starbucks coffee. Thank you.
Control room, where it is full of data and complicated screens. This is where we can see how much electricity is being used in all of Korea in real time. Korea Power Exchange has the most advanced energy management system for the power grid using the latest IT technology. We monitor the flow of electricity in the entire power grid as it happens, taking responsibility for the operation of the power system in Korea all year around with razor-sharp precision. Korea Power Exchange carries out all sorts of work in various fields, including real-time network analysis, in order to provide safe and eco-friendly electricity while maintaining top quality. We keep our eyes on the entire power grid at all times and behind the scene so that everyone can use electricity with ease. Consider a situation where a high-voltage transmission line on a pylon becomes faulty. This needs an immediate action for recovery. Korea Power Exchange makes sure that the transmission lines and the generators spread out around the country are in total balance as hundreds of variables are taken into account so that such issues don't leave an impact. In the future of energy, Korea Power Exchange will be with you anytime and anywhere. Korea Power Exchange operates the Korean power grid in real time using the Korean Energy Management System, or KEMS, which is built with state-of-the-art technology. By combining the latest IT technology, such as artificial intelligence, with the hundreds of man-years of expertise of the operators at KPX, the amount of electricity that people will use tomorrow is forecasted, and the electricity supply is made sure to be adequately provided at all times. The generators and the power grid around the country are operated with such accurate planning. In the future, power grid needs to be more eco-friendly and safe. To achieve this goal, Korea Power Exchange is putting great amount of effort into developing new technologies and resources. Thanks to the actions taken to combat climate change and the technological advances in general, renewable energy is being rapidly expanded throughout the world. Korea Power Exchange is developing and adopting various new technologies in order to use these energy resources from nature in a more eco-friendly and stable manner. In the future, where the climate change is ever-changing and ever imminent, Korea Power Exchange will be with you anytime and anywhere, so you can always be powered on. In today's society, we seek a faster and more convenient life. The key to this is electricity, which is among us like the air we breathe. From the day it was founded, Korea Power Exchange has sought to be the centerpiece of electricity supply, dedicated to making sure that Korea is always powered on. Now marking its 20th year in service, Korea Power Exchange is once again preparing for its next leap to the future by being on top of the big technological transformation, such as climate change, environmental consciousness, big data, artificial intelligence, and renewable energy. Korea Power Exchange powers your daily life and will be the hope that empowers Energy Korea. In the 21st century, life without electricity is an impossibility. Most of the things that are needed in our daily life are operated by electricity, and so it became impossible for a person to live without it. Now the whole world is investing greatly in the development of eco-friendly, renewable energy, which is not only convenient, but also does not harm the environment. To stay ahead of the curve, Korea Power Exchange has been focused in pursuing development, expansion, and adoption of future eco-friendly energy. Korea Power Exchange mediates the price and supply in the electricity market, acting as an invisible hand of the market. Also, it is responsible for supplying high-quality electricity in enterprises and residences as the last bastion of the stable electricity supply. KPX has participated in the development of a large-scale energy management system, which had previously been produced and supplied by just 5 companies in the world. This was met with a successful development of the Korean Energy Management System in 2010, which provides stable and efficient management of the power grid. Korea Power Exchange forecasts the amount of electricity that is expected to be used by everyone throughout the day. Based on this data, the power plants are coordinated to generate the right amount at the right time to be supplied to the people without fail. Can you imagine a moment without electricity? The entire country will come to a standstill should that happen. Everyone at KPX is on alert around the clock to provide the system operation with razor-sharp precision and market operation with utmost transparency and fairness. Electricity market has been growing every year, with the transaction amount rising to 43 trillion Korean won last year. There used to be 10 member companies in 2001, but there are 4,500 of them in 2021. Of those, 97% are solar, which reflects the rapid advance of the renewable energy. Jeju Island is known for strong winds and sunlight, which led to an abundance of renewable energy such as wind and solar generation. To accommodate them, integrated renewable energy management system was developed and is currently in operation. Nowadays, the fuel for generating electricity isn't just coal or oil anymore, but wind and sunlight. To supply the right amount of electricity at the right time, it has become just as important to forecast the amount of wind and sunlight accurately. To operate the power system in a stable manner with every factors under consideration, Korea Power Exchange is awake all year round. Korea's official energy policies are formed in partnership with Korea Power Exchange. Forecasting of electricity demand covers not just the next day, but up to the next 15 years. From this, construction of necessary generators and transmission lines are planned. This is what we call the basic plan for electricity supply and demand. In the comprehensive plan for the Korean Green New Deal announced in 2020, the Korean government pledged to reduce the use of coal and expand the proportion of renewable energy through the Energy Transition Plan, as well as declaring eventual carbon neutrality. In accordance with such plans, the 9th Basic Plan for Electricity Supply and Demand contains the roadmap for reducing coal and nuclear generators while increasing renewable resources. Korea Power Exchange is hard at work for coming up with various ways to delay the climate change, which is drawing near every day. Demand response market was developed to adjust the time of the electricity demand. This is breaking the existing paradigm of building more generators to meet the demand at all times. If the consumers are compensated for conserving electricity when there is high overall demand, there is no need for building more generators than necessary. The demand response market operated by KPX has created a significant number of jobs in the private sector and has become the cradle of new energy industry. Originally open to large enterprises, the market is now allowing residential consumers to participate. Electric appliances and apartment buildings with energy-saving technology automatically conserve energy and earn credits based on the amount conserved. This is how Korea Power Exchange is pioneering new frontiers with public participation. For Korea's bright future, Korea Power Exchange charges on. For the last 20 years, Korea Power Exchange worked relentlessly to promote the growth of the electric power industry and the stability of the electricity supply. For the next 20 years, we pledge to be with you wherever the light touches in Korea, bringing energy ecosystem and industry where nature and people live in harmony, and where the wind and sun become your friends. Korea Power Exchange.
보이지 않는 곳에서 전력 시스템 전반에 대한 감시의 손길을 늦추지 않고 있습니다. 예를 들어 철탑으로 연결된 고압 송전선이 고장날 경우 매우 신속한 조치가 필요합니다. 전력거래소는 수많은 변수를 고려하여 전국에 흩어져 있는 송전선
Control room, where it is full of data and complicated screens. This is where we can see how much electricity is being used in all of Korea in real time. Korea Power Exchange has the most advanced energy management system for the power grid using the latest IT technology. We monitor the flow of electricity in the entire power grid as it happens, taking responsibility for the operation of the power system in Korea all year around with razor-sharp precision. Korea Power Exchange carries out all sorts of work in various fields, including real-time network analysis, in order to provide safe and eco-friendly electricity while maintaining top quality. We keep our eyes on the entire power grid at all times and behind the scene so that everyone can use electricity with ease. Consider a situation where a high-voltage transmission line on a pylon becomes faulty. This needs an immediate action for recovery. Korea Power Exchange makes sure that the transmission lines and the generators spread out around the country are in total balance as hundreds of variables are taken into account so that such issues don't leave an impact. In the future of energy, Korea Power Exchange will be with you anytime and anywhere. Korea Power Exchange operates the Korean power grid in real time using the Korean Energy Management System, or KEMS, which is built with state-of-the-art technology. By combining the latest IT technology, such as artificial intelligence, with the hundreds of man-years of expertise of the operators at KPX, the amount of electricity that people will use tomorrow is forecasted, and the electricity supply is made sure to be adequately provided at all times. The generators and the power grid around the country are operated with such accurate planning. In the future, power grid needs to be more eco-friendly and safe. To achieve this goal, Korea Power Exchange is putting great amount of effort into developing new technologies.
드리겠습니다. 네,
Let me make an announcement. We are going to begin the session 2 shortly. We only have 1 minute to go before starting session 2. So for those outside enjoying coffee break, please come inside and take your seat. Once again, we are going to begin session 2 in 1 minute. So I would like to kindly ask all of you to come inside and take your seats.
안으로 입장하셔서 자리해 주시기 바랍니다. 네, 다시 한번 안내 말씀드리겠습니다. 이제 바로 오늘 컨퍼런스의 두 번째 세션이 시작될 예정입니다. 행사장 안으로 모두 입장하셔서 자리에 앉아 주시기 바랍니다.
We'll begin session 2 shortly in 1 minute. Please take your seats.
네, 다시 한번 안내 말씀드리겠습니다. 바로 이어서 두 번째 세션이 시작될 예정입니다. 지금 로비에 계신 모든 분들은 행사장 안으로 입장하셔서
We will begin session 2 in 1 minute. Please take your seats.
자, 여러분 편안한 휴식 시간 보내셨습니까?
Did you enjoy the break? Now is the time to resume session. SICEM 2022. So we will now begin session 2. We will begin with the first presentation. The first presentation will be delivered by Professor Michael Breer of the University of Melbourne, and he's joining us online. So please welcome him with a big hand.
Thank you, everybody. Can you hear me clearly? I'm unable to share my screen. The host has disabled screen sharing. Thank you. Is that clear?
Yes, we can hear you and we can see your slides.
Yes, is that clear?
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody in Seoul. My name is Michael Breer from the University of Melbourne. I'm very sorry not to be able to join you in person at the moment. I have some family commitments right now that I can't avoid. But I wish you all good health, and I hope you're enjoying having a real conference with real colleagues and friends face to face. Today, I'd like to talk to you about some results from a project that we have been running in Australia for the last year and a half. It's a project by the University of Melbourne, the University of Queensland, Princeton University, and a consultancy called the Nous Group in Australia. And it's a project called Net Zero Australia. This is obviously very topical for Australia, but I do note, of course, the very close ties between Korea and Australia in many things, but particularly our energy sectors. And so I hope some of what I present today is very relevant to your own discussions. Now, a little bit of background on the study. The Net Zero Australia project is analysing net zero pathways that reflect what we call the boundaries of the Australian debate for both our domestic and, importantly for the audience here today, our export emissions. As you all know, Korea, Japan, and other countries are very important export partners for the Australian energy sector. We want this study to be rigorous and granular, scenario-based and evidence-driven, technology neutral and non-political. Just like in Korea, in Australia, the net zero discussion can get very political. Some people rule out certain technologies for very good reasons. Some people rule out certain technologies for less good reasons, and we're trying to avoid that kind of thinking by being very open and studying in a broad way how different futures might evolve. Our project is established by some very generous support by Australian industry, particularly APA and Dow Australia, Worley and the Minderoo Foundation. The Minderoo Foundation being, of course, the charitable foundation of Mr. Andrew Forrest, who many of you will know, as well as two research organisations that bring together government, universities and industry, the Future Energy Exports CRC and the Future Fuels CRC, where CRC means Cooperative Research Centres. And we're certainly very, very grateful for the financial support of all of our sponsors. But we also note that their support is formulated as either gifts or grant agreements from the two CRCs that protect the project's independence. So our sponsors do not dictate to the project steering committee how the project will evolve. Rather, we have an advisory group who advise us, and that advisory group is deliberately designed to have a very wide sector representation from relevant organisations in the Australian energy debate. So we have non-government organisations, we have union representatives, we have representatives of farmers, of native title holders, of different groups in Australian society that, for example, have different levels of access to energy. We also have independent members. These are people who have a distinguished career in the sector, and also our sponsors are nominees on our advisory group. And finally, this study has been engaging very broadly with the Australian community, with our Commonwealth and state governments, non-government organisations, research bodies and industries. And I encourage you to go to that website, netzeroaustralia.net.au, for further information. There's the team who has been working on this project for the last year and a half and continue to work very hard on this project. And as you can see, this is a large effort. Now, today I would like to talk to you about 6 scenarios that we look at as part of this net zero debate. We, of course, have a reference scenario, which is essentially the do-nothing scenario. what we might call the frozen policy setting scenario. So we ignore the greenhouse gas mitigation challenge. For the 5 other scenarios that we study, they are all either on the demand side, feature a rapid electrification of the Australian energy sector or a slower electrification of the Australian energy sector. So in our rapid electrification, for example, every car on Australian roads is fully electric by mid-century, whereas on our slower electrification scenario, there's a delayed uptake of electric vehicles. All other end-use appliances, be they heaters, be that heavy-duty or medium-duty vehicles or industrial uses, will have consistent approaches to this evolution of the demand side. Now, on the supply side, we consider 3 possibilities. One is where we have full renewable rollout. Now, we all know that achieving fully renewable systems is technically very challenging, but in this study, we're not making a comment on whether or not such a system is or is not achievable. We're taking it as a given that it is achievable for this particular scenario. And you will see later on what that means in terms of the scale of renewable build for Australia. Such a system does not permit fossil fuel use for generation and does not permit carbon capture and storage on any process that uses fossil fuels directly. We have a constrained renewable rollout similarly, which must involve much higher use of carbon capture and storage if we are to avoid unserved energy, and which constrains renewable rollout, but still at a rate of deployment that is several times historical best achievement. And then finally, as you know, that Australia is a very large commodity export other than energy. We look at a scenario where rather than, for example, exporting a hydrogen carrier, we look at less export of iron ore and more export of iron, where that hydrogen carrier is used domestically instead of exported in an onshoring scenario. So this approach uses a linear model emissions reduction for most domestic and export systems. We use the best available inputs and assumptions. We provide a typical generation expansion plan, or least cost optimization, and then we also map what potential futures would look like with what we call a downscaling approach to look at the evolution of the Australian landscape as we decarbonise. But we deliberately look in this study at scenarios that are very broad by the rate of electrification, broad by renewable build rates and limits on fossil fuel use, and broad by the uptake of carbon capture and storage. In doing so, we're not saying any one of these scenarios is better or worse than the others. So what does this study do? It illustrates pathways to help people appreciate scale, complexity, and cost. And when you see the results, you will appreciate how big the energy system needs to become. It also, importantly, does not make predictions or recommendations. We're not telling anybody what they should do. We're suggesting to people, this is what the world looks like if you wanted these inputs. So the key insights we make from this study are as follows. Overall, net zero is both an immense challenge and a once-in-a-generation, globally significant and nation-building opportunity for Australia. Number one, renewables will produce most or all domestic energy by mid-century. The more productive use of energy can keep domestic demand to about the same, despite significant population growth, about 50% population growth we assume over the next 30 years. Carbon capture and storage can play an important role, complementing renewables. Note that that is not must play, it is a statement that it can play, complementing renewables. 4, unprecedented capital investment is needed and this should produce significant benefits. 5, domestic energy share of GDP need not rise above today's level, whilst it will become less prone to price shocks, as we're currently all experiencing. Clean energy can replace our fossil fuel exports. The cost to export clean energy may rise, but should be competitive in a decarbonising global economy, because Australia is a country with a very large renewable resource base and close to important markets like Korea. A large workforce with new skills will be required, particularly in Northern Australia, where our strong renewable resources are. Importantly, the emissions from farms, forestry and waste are significant but will fall, but are unlikely to reach net zero. And that's important because that means that carbon capture and storage will be required in such a future in order to achieve net zero. And finally, large changes in land and sea use will occur, and that needs careful planning and community engagement. So here's an example of the kinds of futures that we see in this net zero world across these 6 scenarios. The leftmost scenario for the domestic Australian system shows that we remain roughly a 6 exajoule economy overall. For all of the net zero scenarios you see, our primary energy use falls for at least some of the pathway. That's because, of course, there's significant energy productivity benefits, but we're also seeing, for all of these scenarios, very large changes in the use of coal and the use of renewables. And depending on the scenario we use, we get different rates of growth of different types of renewables, be that utility scale solar, onshore wind or offshore wind in particular. But in some of these scenarios, you see fossil fuels do continue to be used throughout the transition because, as we will see later on, there are other means of sequestering the emissions associated with that. Now, in terms of installed capacity for our domestic system, so this is just the generation that serves Australian domestic loads, not the energy that gets sent offshore. We see we rise from a system with about 25 gigawatts of renewables in it today to a system in all net zero cases with roughly 400 gigawatts by mid-century. At the same time, the growth of firm capacity is significant over these periods, growing from about 50 gigawatts today to 100 to 150 gigawatts, where most of that growth is in batteries, but also we're seeing the replacement of coal-fired generation with gas-fired generation and pumped hydro. The gas-fired generation transitions from natural gas in 2020 to being fully hydrogen-fueled by mid-century. So combined cycle gas and OCGT gas peakers are hydrogen-fueled by mid-century rather than gas-fueled. But still we see comparable amounts of thermal generation over the next 30 years as battery use grows enormously. Now, in terms of our energy use, this shows us how there are very large benefits with our projected final energy demand. With the population growth of about 50%, we get about a 30 to 40% growth in primary energy in the reference case, but we maintain energy demand at roughly constant levels with these increasingly aggressive energy productivity efforts. And these efforts are much more intense than has been achieved in Australia historically. Similarly, we see very large growth in the use of carbon capture and storage from nothing today. Depending on the scenario, we cap it for several of our scenarios at 150 million tonnes per year, which is an assessment of what we think that was given to us by the owners and operators of existing prospective CCS fields in Australia. And then we also do a scenario, the RE minus scenario, where we show that when we constrain renewables to be only several times historical best rates of deployment, we need to have much larger growth of CCS use in order to avoid unserved energy. And that's a very, very large amount of geological CO2 sequestration in that case. What I would point out, though, perhaps of most interest, is even the fully renewable system, that is that green dashed line at the bottom, features about 80 megatons of CO2 injection in 2045. And that is the scenario where the energy system is fully renewable in its generation. And that CCS is used to offset sectors such as aviation, cement making, steel making, and some agricultural emissions. So even in fully renewable energy systems, we see a need for CCS. Now, in terms of cost, we're seeing these costs. These are the black line are pre-COVID-like costs, and certainly pre-Ukraine war-like costs. And the Australian energy system costs using those kinds of inputs are about $100 billion per year at the moment. Now, that cost includes the cost of the end-use appliances, so the cars, the heaters, the cookers in your homes. But as we go across to various net zero domestic futures, those total domestic energy system costs rise significantly to about 75% more than current pre-COVID-like numbers. Most of that rise, though, is because the population growth is significant. So when we normalise those costs by the growth of Australian gross domestic product, we see that these total system costs stay about the same as what the energy system was costing us per annum pre-COVID, around about 5% of GDP. When we look at the export sector, we can see these very large numbers for Australian energy exports. So the reference scenario shows that in 2020, we're exporting about 15 exajoules of energy. Now, I showed earlier that Australia's domestic system is about a 5 or 6 exajoule system. So Australia exports a lot more energy than it consumes, and a lot of that energy goes to yourselves in Korea. As we decarbonise, we can see that those coal and then those LNG exports are displaced by a hydrogen carrier and also undersea export via electricity cable. Interestingly, in the onshoring scenario, rather than sending a hydrogen carrier off to our big export partners, we see a switching of sending iron rather than currently iron ore, and aluminium rather than alumina and bauxite to our export partners. So there is opportunity for very substantial switching between energy exports that are increasingly clean and other commodity exports that are increasingly clean. Finally, the costs of achieving this kind of transition grow as we become cleaner. So we're seeing that typical energy prices, as we tend toward net zero by mid-century, approach $30 to $40 a gigajoule. That's in Australian currency. But of course, these costs are now very similar to the kinds of costs that we are seeing in a post-Ukraine war world. So these costs, whilst very high, are no longer unprecedented. In terms of employment, we're seeing very large growth of sectoral employment domestically, a factor of 3 or 4 growth in the number of engineers and technicians and many other types of people working in the sector. but also a very large growth in the export sector servicing the build of these very large assets that enable clean energy export. And you'll be able to see in a minute why that's the case. I won't talk about the agricultural emissions other than say that we do not project them to become negative by mid-century. Here is a map, though, of what one potential future of Australia would look like in terms of this net zero world. And you can see here these very large zones across the north of the country, which are very, very large solar and wind zones that produce green hydrogen for energy export, coupled with a very substantial augmentation of our transmission network and renewable generation and other assets all around the country. There's a massive amount of investment in this build. And to give you further example of that build, I'll show you some examples of the kinds of maps as we track towards net zero. So here is a map of Australia in 2020, where those fine lines across the country are our existing transmission network, and you can see some dots which represent wind and solar farms around our major capital cities. We have at the moment 159 operating variable renewable energy projects. When we go to 2030, you start to see very large augmentation of our transmission network and the creation of these energy export hubs across the north of the country in particular, and growth of big renewable assets around our major capital cities. So even by 2030, we've gone from 25 gigawatts of renewables to about 150 gigawatts of renewables. Very rapid, very large growth. In 2040, we're now seeing these very large export hubs well and truly being established, and we have a roughly 900 gigawatts of renewable assets. And then by 2050, you're seeing now these export hubs well established and the country having over 2,000 gigawatts of renewable asset, most of which is serving our export markets, such as Korea. So that kind of deployment is roughly 40 times the capacity of Australia's current national electricity market. So it is a massive undertaking. I'll end my talk there. If you would like more information on the project, please go to that website and you will find this presentation as well as all of our input assumptions and much more information on the project. And we also encourage you to contact us via that email, but via that website for further information. Thank you very much.
네, 정말 유용한 발표를 해주신.
Thank you very much for the very useful information. So I would like to thank you once again, Dr. Breer, for the presentation. So thank you very much. And now we'll move on to the second presentation to be delivered by Professor Jong-bae Park of Konkuk University. He will talk about generation mix implementation strategy considering energy security. So please welcome him with a big round of applause. Good afternoon. Now, for me, I would like to get down to more practical matters. So far we have been talking about and hearing about net zero, which is more for the long-term survivability. But then I would like to look toward the immediate future. And now, as for the time, I will set it at 20 minutes. And then Professor Jin-Soo Kim will also have enough time to present until 5:40, and then we can move on to panel discussion. Now, recently I was at the Denver IEEE meeting in July, and one of the most memorable sessions for me was about the emergency session. So it was about how they were going to regulate the wholesale market price. So the discussion followed for about 3-4 hours. And for Europe, I mean, it's a war situation, so why are we talking about a market? And let's put that aside for now, and perhaps the public sector can play the role now. So that was from the European side. But then now from Faulkner, the American representative, now they were talking about we have had the history of capitalism and the power market for over 20-30 years, so we need to continue with this, was the argument from the US side. So I was wondering why all this talk was ongoing. And I think that is because of the difference in the economic shock that they have suffered from the current situation. So, for example, in Germany, it's about 501 per 1 megawatt. But then for the futures, it's over 1,001 per kilowatt. And also, more recently, I read in the papers that for the German government, they are talking about 280 trillion size for the German electricity market. But then is the market itself so large? Not really the case. I mean, it's slightly larger than Korea's. So perhaps the defense options against that are quite limited. But then now in the case of the US, so the wholesale price was about 50 billion now, $50 now it's $100, so by kilowatt it's only like 101. And then for the solar it's about like 3 cents, 5 cents, so it's about 1/3 of our price. Then also the Australian case, now their usage rate is now over 30%, and also in the US the usage rate is much higher than in Korea. So again, we see that the circumstances are quite different, but still I would say that Korea is faring well. So perhaps Europe has it worst right now, and the US and Australia are slightly better. And I would say that Japan is also suffering greatly because of the shortage of supply. So then, given the current situation, then for the power mix and the power industry and the power market, that also consider for the cost. So how are we going to make this possible? Now, this slide talks about the global energy crisis and energy policy principles, and also the starting point, especially for the global energy crisis. Somebody has summarized this very well. So when you look at the box here, then the EU's reliance on Russian gas is like 40%, much higher for coal. It's like 50%. So that is where the problem begins. So as a result, then it was first in the primary energy consumption, and then now is moving on to the power supply. So that is the beginning and end of it almost. But then what appears to be a simple problem is now having such grave consequences. So now, as you see here, now if EU were to be able to get PNG from other routes, then regardless of the crisis, they would have been able to have stable operations of the power market as well as power supply. But then again, because EU had problems with PNG with Russia, then it turned to LNG. Then the US and also the Middle East and elsewhere, the LNG prices began to skyrocket. Now, as a result of that, there were two effects. First is that it is now spilling over into an economic crisis. As was mentioned earlier, the German economy, whether it will grow or whether it will be negative, and then also for the EU, what is going to be its growth rate, and also what are the effects on the European society on the whole. So after the crisis is over, I'm sure that there would be a lot of analysis done into this. But anyway, so it is now spilling over into an economic crisis. And another is the big impact on the power side, on the electricity generation side, which takes up about 20 to 25% of the total energy usage. Right now, of course, that there has to be more analysis into the economic crisis, but I would say that right now the problem is LNG crisis. Then this LNG crisis, what is going to be the impact on the Korean economy and what does Korea have to do to address this is now going to be the main topics for my talk. So now this is going back to the basics. So the energy trilemma, which is familiar to us all. When there is an energy trilemma, then now what happens is at the top, so you try to get the cheapest energy that's possible, and then you also need to have energy security. So you need to secure the supply chain, and then also we need to have the environmental sustainability. So what we need is to strike the balance among these three. But then with the Russian situation, then as you can see on the right-hand side, now the energy security breaks down, leading to economic crisis, then leading to, as we see in Germany, increasing its coal-fired generation. So it is also detrimental to environmental sustainability. So around the time of 2020, as you see on the left-hand side, there was very close correlation among the three. So the oil price was cheap, and natural gas price was cheap, coal price was cheap, and the renewable energy supply chain was functioning well. ESS was developing, but now with the change in the situation, then affordability and security and sustainability. So we see that among these 3 points, the distance has become much longer. So perhaps, so a few years back, we were thinking that perhaps we can use LNG as the vehicle to continue with this momentum, but now we see that things have changed dramatically. And this is about the wholesale price that was also mentioned earlier. So the prices below on the left-hand side, these are US prices, which are still good. So about half of what we have here. So the Henley Hub price is like $8 or $10. So no matter how high, it is not going to be higher than this because the US also is rich in resources. So because it is a resource-rich country, you see this type of limitation in the price spike. But then in the case of Korea, not being a resource-rich country, we are faced with a more extreme phenomenon. But now, then, did we not have this type of LNG crisis before? Well, we did for every energy source, or even for the renewable energy source. And then also in the latter part of 2020, now there was also the price spike because of the dysfunctioning of the nuclear power plant, and then also nuclear. You see that in Japan we have had this issue, and then also in France the nuclear power plants are all old, and also the cooling water shortage also became a problem. And also between Australia and China, because of the worsened relations, Australia was not able to source China's coal. And as a result, there were blackouts in some countries like India. And so from all these, what we can say for common is that if we are too concentrated on one energy source, and should there be any incidents with that source, then a problem like the one we have in the current situation can repeat itself at any time. So we need to have a more diversified portfolio, and I believe that we are on the path of creating that portfolio so that we can create a more stable path ahead for ourselves. So this is from the World Energy Council, and it talks about the Energy Trilemma Index or the Energy Security Index. I'm sure Professor Kim, you will go into this, right? So if you will, then I can be very brief about this. The Korean Energy Security Index, so based on the three elements, affordability, economics, or so affordability is about economics, and then security, environment. So based on these three elements, Korea's energy security index is not very high, the ranking. But then in terms of the energy mix, so the very subtle maintenance of the ratio 3-3-3, so renewable energy and coal or the fossil fuel and nuclear, so the 3-3-3. So then perhaps with this scheme, and now that we have the energy trilemma, perhaps that is why Korea has fared better. And now this, I believe Professor Kim will also discuss later on. And so for energy security, then I would say that this comes first, and that is about the diversity in sourcing and also the energy mix, whether we have diversified energy mix. So for example, in terms of the LNG import, we have a very good diversity. So you see that this is the type of diversity that we have, and then also long-term contract and short-term or the spot market, so it is also quite stable. And then for the nuclear power plant, so for the nuclear fuel, we have secured them for the next 2-4 years. And then for coal, of course, it also depends on the demand over the winter, but then still for about 4 months. So we will be able to tide over the winter, at least this coming winter. And just one last comment about coal and the import source. About 50% is Australia, so this is one area that we have to reconsider. And next is about the generation mix. So the US, Germany, UK, and Korea. And now this is perhaps more on an intuitive basis, but then in terms of the generation mix and also the AVO, or whether we have the surplus facilities or not, but it seems as if Korea has a more stable structure. Now, having said that, we also have so the Korean economy has a very high reliance on electricity. So if the energy security is to be undermined in any way, then the economic impact could also be quite large, perhaps as large as the one in Europe as well. Then between the generation mix and energy security, then perhaps you can find an index about the interactions between them. So among the scholars, so between the energy mix that we have and then the energy security, So we were looking at whether there are any indexes that we could see. So for example, Shannon-Wiener index. So it says that in this case, now if it is below 1, then it would be unstable, and if not, then it would be diverse and stable. And then HHI is well known to us. So these are some examples of indexes, and I believe that these are also some approaches through which we can have a more theoretic analysis. And now moving on to the security aspect. So then the question is about the capacity. So how much capacity do we have? So it would be about the capacity adequacy. So the flexibility that is mentioned in the 9th and the 10th plan, and then also the frequency or voltage. So then after all of them, then how are we going to reflect the energy security in the future energy demand and supply basic plan? So this is also another question that we have to consider for the next plan. So instead of trying to provide responses or answers, I would like to raise questions here. So first of all, what we need to think about is the capacity adequacy and also the shock index and so forth. Then also thinking about the flexibility adequacy, then how are we able to address the situation where there is shortage in a certain energy source. So we used to have that, for example, like between coal and other energy sources. But now, given that we don't have that, then we also have to make sure that we can make this possible again. Then how are we going to approach this? Meaning that how are we going to fund this? So the cost is also an important issue to consider. So the left-hand side, this is the moving average for over 20 years to calculate the volatility in the fuel price. And again, LNG price volatility really is second to none. And on the right-hand side, so for each of the exploratory variable, and when you also analyze based on them, then again, the LNG and the coal. So we see that there is, so for their prices, there are also higher correlation between the price and the production. So then for the long-term generation mix, then for the 10th or the 11th energy plan, then we also have to think about how we're going to handle these potential shocks later on. And I divided them into 3 here. So I believe that under the National Energy Plan, then we need to create something like the Energy Security Index. I'm sure that Professor Kim will go into this later on. And then for the National Power Plan, what we need to consider further is, now this is not for the 10th plan, but for the plans afterwards. And then in the National SG Plan, then the Cyber Security Index should also be included, so that the 3 national plans should also include the energy security aspect in this hierarchy. And last is about the power market. So ultimately, if we are to implement this, then we need to have better power facilities, and this is also going to be expensive. So then how can this be made possible? And also earlier there was discussion about whether the marginal costing is still valid or not. And for me, the marginal cost pricing, well, we cannot install a good nuclear power plant or anything, but then still I believe that we have to think about how can marginal costing price be valid anymore. So in the past, now with the marginal costing price, so if it is high, then we could always build another thermal power plant, meaning that we could pull up the optimal price. But then now with such stringent environmental restrictions, then I believe it merits further consideration of the marginal costing price based on S&P. And just one last comment. Now we keep talking about LMP, and now in order to have secure supply of power, then we need to have more facilities, at least double. But I believe that we need to have some kind of signal, and I would say that the signal is the LMP. So based on this signal, we can have the decision making. In the case of Korea, for the nationwide SMP, now in the past we could always build more T&D lines. So if there was regional imbalance in the power demand supply, then we could work very hard to install more T&D lines. So, and also for the thermal power plants, we could always build more. So utilizing the SMPs, so meaning we had the marginal pricing principle. But now with the changes in the environment, again, what do we have to do is the question for which we have to put our heads together to discuss. And this is just a summary of what I have explained so far, so you can refer to them. Thank you very much.
네, 박종배 교수님 발표 잘 들었습니다. 에너지 안보를 고려.
Thank you, Professor Park. So you talked about the generation mix implementation strategies considering energy security. Now we are going to invite the last speaker, Professor Kim Jin-soo of Hanyang University, will give us the presentation on market innovation and strategies to secure a stable electricity supply. So ladies and gentlemen, please welcome him with a big hand. Good afternoon. As introduced, I am Kim Jin-soo from Hanyang University. Thank you very much for inviting me to the SICEM 2022. And also, I will try to give you as clear explanation as possible. It's commissioned by Professor Park. So I'm going to cover the three agenda. First, I will talk about energy security issues, and then the energy security for Korea. Then I'm going to talk about the strategies. I haven't really spent a lot of time thinking about the strategies, but I will just suggest several strategies that could be possible for a stable electricity supply. Here you can see the classical definition on the energy security issue. Everybody agrees that we are now having energy security crisis. But how broad, how big, and how serious it is. So when we say energy crisis, the example that is most frequently cited is the oil crisis in the 1970s and 80s. At that time, the nominal price was about $4, but then it increased to $11. And then in the second oil crisis, it increased from $11 to $40. So you can. And recently, we also experienced some double price increase. So, for the energy security issues, there are three elements that need to be secure. First is availability, accessibility, and affordability. And the fourth one is the acceptability. So, disruption does not always mean the crisis. Rather, if the price goes up just too high to be affordable, then again this could be another form of the crisis. So the supply interruption or is disruption. Yes, this is an important element of the crisis, but at the same time we have to think about the price and how to maintain the price range affordable. And also there are a lot of paradigm changes on energy security issues. As you know, the energy transition is a big trend, and also the renewable energy has already achieve the grid parity with the conventional energy in many countries, although not in Korea. And also we have some oil peak debates. In other words, in the past, we talked a lot about when will the oil supply will reach its peak. But today, no one talks about the supply peak. Rather, everyone talks about demand peak. And we believe that at least 2030, demand peak will be reached. And also, there are always geopolitics issues and the war. And also, there are several critical minerals for energy transitions. So the availability of these critical minerals. Again, this is another important issue for energy security. So just like the person like me who studied the energy security, we use the term called energy resilience to refer to the energy security. And here you can see the IEA schematic drawing. So there are three aspects. The first one is the storage. And for the storage, in the past, we didn't really put a lot of thought on that. But after the first oil crisis, especially if you think about how IEA has come into being, you see stock draw was created to respond to the potential oil crisis. But the electricity is something that cannot be stored. And the second is the production adjustment. So especially when it comes to natural gas and oil, sometimes countries agree to reduce the production or sometimes increase the production. In other words, there is a room for production adjustment. And the third one is the demand adjustment. So we have utilized these three methods to address the energy security issues. And because this is an international conference for international audience, I would like to briefly explain you about the Korea situation, but I think everybody is aware of this, so I'm going to skip this. When we make some presentation in the international conference about the Korea situation, because Korea has a very unique situation, so many foreign audiences do not really have deep understanding about the Korean market. That's why I wanted to explain a little bit about the Korean situation, but I'm going to skip that because most of the audiences today are Korean. And here you can see the four major changes that we experienced. Number one, carbon neutrality. Second is the changes in global value chain. It's not triggered by the energy, rather GVC itself is now being changed. So I think that those who study trade, they will also see the paradigm shift in the global value chain. In the past, there were some production hubs, including China. However, the roles of the production hub have now been changed, and also the industries have been sophisticated. And also Industry 4.0 has brought about a lot of relevant industries which changed the GVC or global value chain. It also has some repercussions on the energy sector. And the third major trend is the regionalization or geopolitical tension, or let's say the formation of the economic bloc. So this is what's opposite to the globalization. And the fourth one is the financing. Why is financing important for energy security? It's because whether it's the natural gas or the nuclear energy, they are included in the taxonomy, but the criteria is very strict. So as for the nuclear, there should be the safe storage facilities that can store the high-intensity waste. So you can see that for the assets that supply energy, more and more financing and investment will be difficult to be secured, which means that in terms of the energy security, the risk will go up. This is what Professor Park briefly talked about. So this is the UK case on electricity supply. It was back in 2018. And it was the report on the strategy for energy security. And here you can see the affordability, reliability, and availability. These are the classical definition of or element of the classical definition of the electricity security. And there is one more element that is added, which is sustainability. and the everything in red box, they are related with the energy securities. So countries like the UK, as you know, in terms of the carbon reduction, in fact, the UK has remained well on track, and by 2030, I believe they will continue to be on track to achieve the carbon neutrality by its predefined time. And they have pursued a strong electrification. So for example, like regarding the LOLE, yes, this concept has been introduced and public approval. And as for the sustainability, what the UK used was environmental sustainability. But what we need, I think, is financial sustainability as well to ensure energy security. Already, the several utilities have gone bankrupt in the UK and Korea, although we have successfully responded to the energy crisis. I'm not quite sure whether we have really done a good job with these means for sustainability or sustainable business, because we are already in the red for a protracted period of time, like the coal gas and also the CAPCO. So in this situation with the massive deficit, we cannot really say that we have sustainable business. So in this sense, financial sustainability should be introduced for electricity security. And hydrogen is something that's distant, so I will skip that again. But for the long term, I believe stable supply of hydrogen will also significantly matter the electricity security for Korea. Especially from 2025, we are going to have a demonstration project for the ammonia and hydrogen. As you know, in the Europe, the fertilizer companies have been closed down because the methane to produce the hydrogen, the price of the methane has increased a lot, and which could not be afforded by these fertilizer companies. And this indicates some potential threat for Korea. And again, this is the description of the Korean situation for international audience. And Professor Park talked about the adequacy issue. As you know, when it comes to electricity security, these are the metrics that we use. So IEA used 6 metrics for electricity security assessment. And also Professor Park said that we have to utilize these metrics to come up with the electricity security plan. And rather, although we don't talk about the sector coupling or the energy system integration for the security, I think the boundaries between electricity and energy will be blurred. Anyway, so for these items, we have to come up with the assessment strategies. For example, like as for the operational security, this is the ability of the electric system to retain a normal state or to return to a normal state after the event occurs or after a shock occurs. And adequacy, I think this is something that you are familiar with, so I'm not going to explain that. Resilience is a new concept, and one of the characteristics of the resilience is that when the shock occurs, yes, this is ability for recovery, but at the same time, it's the ability to absorb, accommodate, and recover the short-term shocks and long-term changes. So here you can see the concept of the resilience. It includes the absorption, accommodation, as well as long-term changes. So when we talk about electric security, we tend to think only about the short-term aspects, but resilience reminds us that we have to have some long-term measures as well. And reliability, robustness, and stability, I'm sure you're familiar with all of these, especially for those who studied electrical engineering. These are the quantifiable metrics to assess the security. And in addition to these 6 metrics, we have to develop some additional in order to have a comprehensive assessment on the electricity security. And this is the IEA's definition for the strategies for stable electricity supply. And this is the flow that we have to follow. And when we talk about security, if you look at the Europe or other countries, one of the options that's always available is the state interconnection. But this is not something that's available in Korea because we are a peninsula. So the first thing that we can go for is the market innovation. And here you can see that depending on the types of the market, you can see what kind of decisions have to be made. And in Korea, because we have a centrally planned market, we have a lot of things that need to be decided. But as I said earlier, the GVC value chain will be changed and also changes will take place rapidly. And therefore, with this centrally planned market and with a lot of decisions to be made, we cannot catch up with the changes in the world. And in order to secure long-term energy stability, here you see who does what and when. And you can see that not everything is determined by the Ministry of Energy, rather the government regulatory agencies, as well as the SICEM or FERC, as well as system operators, electric utility, standards bodies. All of them will have their own roles to play. So here you can see roles and responsibilities of these different stakeholders. So I think this is the market that Korea should aim for. Only then electricity security can be secured and strengthened. Now let's take a look at each step. So even from the planning phase, we have to redefine the process. So the Professor Kim talked about the quantum leap or quantum jump. And I believe that I agree that we need such a giant step. So we have to introduce something that's innovative and unprecedented. And we have a lot of cases to benchmark. So this is not something that we have to reinvent the wheel. So for example, like fast frequency response or the new infrastructure, we can learn from other countries' examples. And another thing that's important is that when we talk about electricity security, it is no longer about electricity. Rather, gas security is another important aspect. So when we talk about electricity security, gas security is something that we must consider as well. That's what developed nations talk about. And because Korea does have a structure that's very vulnerable, as you know, we have the depletion of the Donghae gas reserve, and therefore we have to rely on import for 100% for gas supply. And the KPX currently does have an isolated network, but still problems can happen against our expectation. For example, like you ask the third party to upgrade your system, and it could be the source of problem, or there could be a hacking accident or a cyber attack to disrupt the market. And therefore, for cybersecurity, this is something that we have to take a look and focus on. And in the end, it all boils down to the issues of money and financing. So how can we secure the fund for all of these investments? The answer is clear that the electricity tariff should be normalized and corrected. I understand that the now may not be the right time because we are experiencing high inflation. But in order to ensure the supply of the clean energy, we have to realize that the tariff system should be reformed. We cannot use clean energy at almost no price. And also, if you look at the R&D expenditure in energy sector, it represents only 4 to 5% of the energy sector's value added. But according to IEA, we need something more than that. So we have to double our investment, R&D investment, in order to have competitiveness. And also we have to make a timely investment, especially when it comes to network. The investment should be made in a timely fashion. But with the current market structure, it's very difficult to secure sources of funding and attract investment. And for security assessment, as you know, we have several indices, but we should develop the comprehensive index. And for conventional resources, the Korean government has already developed a system called Resource Security Diagnosis System, and they use 20 metrics or criteria for the assessment of the security. So these need to be expanded to cover different kinds of energy, not just the conventional ones. And electricity should be part of that assessment as well. So this is my last slide. So new services have to be introduced, and everybody will agree that demand-side management is critical. Yes, so as we discussed in the earlier sessions, we have to introduce new services, including auxiliary services. And also, demand-side management is very critical. This is something that we cannot over-exaggerate. So we talk a lot about the DR, a plus DR, but can it really make the load shifting or balancing? So there are a lot of things that need to be resolved, and also whether our market structure is sufficient enough to accommodate DR or DR plus, and the answer is no. So this indicates that we have a long way to go for effective and stable electricity supply. And so this will be the end of my presentation, and I would like to thank you all for your time and attention.
네, 김진수 교수님 발표 감사드립니다.
Thank you very much, Professor Kim, for the presentation. So his presentation was under the theme of market innovation and strategies to secure a stable electricity supply. So now in session 2, the theme was how generation mix and energy supply chain are interlinked with electricity security. So in this session, like in the first, we have heard from 3 speakers. And now, in a while, we will be having a panel discussion. Again, like in session 1, the panel discussion will last for about 50 minutes. We will invite the speakers, the moderator, as well as the panelists to have an in-depth discussion. And during the panel discussion, there is also a chance for all of us to participate. So if you have any questions, then we will bring over the microphone to you so that you can raise your questions. And we also have online participants via YouTube. If you have any questions, then please write them on the real-time chat box, and we will deliver the questions to the speakers. And we will try to give as many chance to the audience to ask their questions as possible. Now, of course, the electricity security is an important part of the national agenda, but we see that the power industry is currently in many difficulties. So we are on one hand trying to move toward decarbonization, and there's also the geopolitical issue like the Russia-Ukraine war. And also because of the energy supply shortage because of the climate change, indeed we see the industry in what we can call big difficulties. So through the discussion, we will try to address the current situation and find the potential solutions. And now we will begin panel discussion. Now I would like to call out those who would join us in the panel discussion. So we will have first Professor Michael Beer of University of Melbourne and Professors Jong-bae Park of Konkuk University, Professor Jin-soo Kim of Hanyang University. May I invite you up on stage? And panelists Young-tak Cho, Professor of Hanba National University, and Dean Seung-hoon Yu of the Seoul National University of Science and Technology, and Managing Director Yoo-soo Lee of the Korea Energy Economics Institute. And again, we will have Professor Young-kyung Kim serving as a moderator in this session as well. Thank you.
네, 이번에도 마찬가지로 김윤경 교수님.
Again, now I would like to hand over to Professor Yoon-kyung Kim to serve as a moderator. Thank you, and yes, we will now move on to the last panel discussion of this session. Now, in the panel discussion in session 1, I have also mentioned electricity security, and yes, that is also part of the theme. But now in this session, we will also talk about the supply chain. So we will, because we have just heard from the speakers discussing the supply chain more in depth. So now we will hear from the panelists about their thoughts. And then also, now Managing Director Yoo-soo Lee earlier complained about having to be the last panelist. So I now give you the chance to be the first. Yes, thank you. This is Yoo-soo Lee from the Korea Energy Economics Institute. Yes, I did mention that, and now I get an immediate reaction, so thank you. And now I also hope that our power system or energy system, if we have issues, then how nice would it be if we could also have immediate reaction? So that was just my wishful thinking. And now between session 1 and 2, perhaps there may be some redundancy in the discussions, but I do believe that session 2 is a more comprehensive in concept. So regarding the energy security, or also the Europe-triggered energy crisis, and also the energy security. So I see that we are also talking about the electricity security as part of the larger concept of energy security. At any rate, we have heard from 3 speakers. So first, Professor Michael Beer talked about the 2050 net zero and the various approaches or the tools that would enable us to get there. And then also what will transpire afterwards. And also in the case of Korea, so he talked about the benefits too. So in the case of Korea, I mean, we always talk about the cost, how expensive it is going to be to reach net zero by 2050. Of course, cost is an important aspect, but what we are aiming for is not just about the cost, but also the benefits, because we have the hope or we have the expectation that the benefits are going to outweigh the cost. So for those benefits later on, despite the cost, we will still march forward in this path. So that would be the selling point, I would say. So for that, I thank Professor Breer for giving us a very good intuition. And then Professor Jong-bae Park, he talked about the various crises in and outside of Korea, and also he talked about their impact on the Korean market. Now, in terms of the fuel or the energy mix diversification, Professor Park mentioned that Korea is faring better. So when we take a deeper dive into this, then we appear to have adequate diversity in the energy mix. But perhaps, structurally speaking, maybe that is so. But then, 93% of fuel being imported from outside of Korea, this I would say is highly significant. And also the potential electricity shortage. Anyway, so I believe that that could have a very big impact. And then also Professor Kim added this comment, which is Of course, this was in comparison to other countries. So perhaps on the appearance, it appears to be better in Korea, but also on the tariff side, because they cannot fully reflect the cost. We now have losses from the Korea Electricity and Power Corporation. So in terms of the power supply, whether we can secure stability. So regarding this question, I also agree with Professor Kim's view. So let's say when we have a certain system, then we have to think about whether it is sustainable or not. And if the status quo were to be sustained, then no matter the mix, no matter the diversity, then I would say that we are not in a sustainable situation. So I tend to be a bit more pessimistic. So we need to change our system, especially on the tariff side. I see that there are some push to change the tariff, but it appears to be a far-fetched goal. So on one hand, we need to adjust the tariff while realigning the system as well. And also, from a regulated system, I believe it is important to normalize the market functions. So just by regulating the market, it appears as if things are going well from the outside, but when you take a look in the inside, then there are a lot of issues boiling over. So unlike in the past, when the government would try to control everything, regulate everything, so this type of operational system, how sustainable this is going to be. So I believe that we really have to think about this long and hard. And also there are a lot of players, a lot of operators going into the market. Then in terms of the management among the operators and also the conflicts between the operators, they will also become more and more significant. And I believe that the principle should be to leave them to the market, because the market would also come up with the price signals, and then it is based on such price signals that the market participants would produce at an adequate level and sell at an appropriate price. And of course, Professor Park mentioned he also came up with other points, but for example, the marginal pricing, so whether this is valid or not, and then also market that is segregated by the energy source. But now because we have the bidding in a variable price market, but then if we are to have more of a fixed cost, then perhaps the operators will be able to better plan. And then also segregating by the energy source. Well, when we were coming up with the power market, we also wanted to stoke competition not only between the sources but also within the source. But perhaps this is an issue that is specific to Korea, but then the cost by source is so large. So that is why they also had to adjust the adjustment coefficient and so forth. So I believe that the adjustment or the competition among the sources is not even made possible. So let's say if we are to have a VC for example, the nuclear power plant and so forth, then it appears as if they will be similar to a segregated market. And I also understand that there is some planning underway in that direction. So in conclusion, unless we normalize the market, then in the wholesale market, so we could try to come up with the generation mix or more energy diversity, but I believe that they will all be for naught unless we normalize the market. So the priority should be to normalize the market, and then the tariff should also be able to better reflect the involved cost so that we can send the right price signals to the market participants. That is all. Thank you. Okay, thank you. And then I move on to Professor Yu.
네, 하여튼
So thank you very much. I'd like to thank the three presenters for great presentations. First, the Professor Michael Breyer, while listening to your presentation, I really envied Australia, especially CCUS has been actively utilized, and also you talked about the 2,000 gigawatts for the capacity for the renewable energy. I was shocked by that high number. And in that aspect, Korea has imported the large amount of coal and LNG from Australia. And in the future, I think that the green hydrogen and ammonia are likely to be imported from Australia as well. And some companies in Korea, the carbon dioxide captured in Korea using the Australia's abundant gas reserve, they are planning to store them in Australia. So in terms of net zero, I believe that the Korea and the Australia have a lot for cooperation. So what kind of areas we can cooperate? That's my question to Professor Michael Breyer. So what are the areas where Korea and the Australia can cooperate for net zero? And Professor Park talked about the energy security crisis, and LNG crisis is the core element, and I completely agree with this. So securing the stable supply of energy is very important for us to overcome this current energy crisis. But at the same time, I think we have to have a more flexible system to introduce the LNG in the future. In other words, maybe we can have a flexible mechanism such as cargo swap or terminal swap. So we can have diverse kinds of the swap methods to be implemented in Korea. And for this, we should have a more flexible mechanism for the utilization of co-gas facilities. And also we need more open access guaranteed for network so that the operators, once they have the LNG, they should be able to utilize them where they are needed. And also through the fair and free competition, the LNG, once introduced, they should be able to be resold. Reselling should be made possible. Only then, I believe, various players will introduce the LNG to Korea and use them for power generation to enhance electricity supply security. And the second thing that I would like to talk about is, as mentioned by Professor Kim Jin-soo in early session. So the first and the second oil crisis led to the 3 to 4 times increase in oil price. But this time, what we experienced is that the oil price increased by 5 times, and coal by 8 times, and the natural gas by 35 times. In other words, it's much more severe energy crisis compared to the oil crisis in the 1970s. And I think we have to understand why such massive crisis occurred. Apparently, you may think that the Russo-Ukraine war was the main culprit, but in fact, I think we actually saw some signs from last year or the year before last year. The U.S. California experienced the blackout, Texas experienced the blackout, and also last year there was a lack of power generation from offshore wind in the UK. And this is because we have overlooked the importance of making investment in fossil fuel facilities, and we tended to focus on renewables only. So then we experienced the supply disruptions. And so we were in a hurry to introduce the fossil fuel, so the price of the fossil fuel went up. And also the cobalt, lithium, as well as the coal, these basic commodities prices went up. So we experienced the green inflation, which is caused by expensive renewable energy. At the same time, the demand for various equipment and resources for renewable power generation went up significantly, and this has led to the so-called double inflation. And then it got aggravated by the Russia-Ukraine war. That's why we are now experiencing the current energy crisis. So this is something that we have to be clear about. And in this regard, so as mentioned by the Professor Park, we have to come up with the diverse strategies rather than trying to have one single strategy because nothing can become a silver bullet. So we have to have a stable supply of fossil fuel, and also we have to have the sufficient facilities for backup reserve while pursuing the expansion of the renewable energy. Only then I believe that Korea will be able to secure stable electricity supply. In other words, in order to have the firm power, we have to build a comprehensive and diverse portfolio rather than focusing too much on a single sector. Thank you very much.
코멘트 감사드립니다. 그럼 조 교수.
Thank you very much for the detailed explanation. And now let me hand over to Professor Cho. Now, I have used up quite a lot of time earlier, so I would now use my stopwatch to limit myself to 5 minutes. Now, first of all, Professor Breer, I would like to thank you very much for the outstanding presentation. And especially compared to Korea, then renewable energy, whether there can be more or not, and also to include that in the scenario analysis, that was highly impressive. And given that I'm not familiar with the Australian situation, I'd just like to raise 2 questions. Now, from the papers, I see that now in Australia there was a change in the political situation, and I understand that the national reduction goal was upwardly adjusted by 2030. So the CO2 is about 600 million tons in Australia, and by 2030, so whether this is doable or not, I wonder what the opinion is inside Australia. And then the second question, this was also mentioned earlier, but now for Australia, the gas and coal. So Korea is also a big importer of these resources. But I understand that there's also quite a lot of environmental issues over the gas field development in Australia. So if the gas field development does not go well, then this would also have a direct impact on Korea as well. Of course, countries have different circumstances. Australia has other alternative sources, but then for the case of Korea, then now Korea, we are trying to go from coal to gas in order to reduce CO2. Now then Australia, now if you are to do this, then your effort for CO2 reduction might not really bode well for the CO2 reduction in Korea. So I'm just wondering about the development of the gas field. So what is the current situation about the gas field development in Australia? And now let me move on to Professor Park with 2 questions again. So yes, I understand that natural gas is an important point. So now, of course, Professor Yu just mentioned this too, but if I may add a bit more, so yes, about the flexibility or the diversity about the natural gas or the generation mix, so good point. And just one thing, and that is about the direct buyer's obligations. So for example, you set aside the reserve, and then perhaps we can also allow the direct procurement. By doing so, we can also enhance the security or the stability. And so what would be your feedback regarding this? And then also regarding the mix, yes, I also agree that we need to have the right balance and we need to have greater diversity. And now I also changed the term to rainbow mix. So yes, I believe that we need to have the balance here. And another thing, now this is related to the discussion in the earlier session, and that is about the marginal pricing, whether this is valid or not. And yes, of course, Professor Park explained this well, but I also agree, yes. Yes, in the past, the marginal pricing, there were a lot of benefits to be gained. So, for example, if there was more demand, then they could also install more capacity. So it also had the mechanism of increasing capacity, but then I don't think that really worked in Korea because the capacity installation was determined by the government. And for some time, there were the signals from the market, but still, they were not really reflected by the follow-up actions. So I believe that the only thing remaining is that now the fixed costs or the variable costs, so they will be determined before we install the capacity, and then perhaps they just utilize the SMP. They applied the SMP after the capacity was installation in order to minimize the price variability. Because capacity installation, this is sunken cost, and then just determining the SMP, so determining the pricing utilizing SMP was probably the way to minimize the cost. But again, I do not believe that this is sustainable. But for the time being, and this is on an extension of what I said earlier, but now, even for one principle, let us do this right. So that is why I am mentioning this. I'm not saying that we have to carry this on until the end, but at least until we have gas and coal, then in order to minimize the fuel cost, I believe that for the time being, we probably have to maintain marginal pricing. And also related to this, quantum jump, I also agree that we need this, meaning that we need to have fundamental changes. But then perhaps I am more myopic, but for this to be possible, then there are a number of requirements. I was talking about path dependency earlier. We cannot just move from this path to another path. So we need to have the governance. We need to have the drivers who would push through with this. So then who can create the big picture? But I don't believe we have that governance at this time. And perhaps that is why we would depend on this current path. And just one last two comments. Then what Professor Park has mentioned, so CNFA, NA, and others, we can all turn them into indices. So capacity or whatever, so we can increase them by 0.1. But I think the most challenging would be network availability. So can we create an index for this? I'm not sure whether we can. And related to that, second, again, this is related to the index. Perhaps this is a minor point, but there is a difference between indicator and index. So I agree with Professor Kim. So when we create an index, I think we need to use both, because index is utilizing indicators by giving them weight in order to turn them into one index. So if you have one index, then it's good for comparison. But then the index could differ depending on how much weight we give to indicators. And so whenever we came up with this kind of index, then this always become a problem in terms of the weight for the indicator. So whichever index we come up with, we also have to give painful consideration for this. Otherwise, the index itself would become problematic. So that is all. And I went 1 minute over time. Thank you.
말씀하신 인디케이터하고
Thank you very much. So regarding the indicator index, I think this is something that I also agree a lot. And I think we really have to pay attention to these issues. So we have had the 3 presentations, and we also, there are several questions that went to Professor Michael Breyer. So we would like to hear the answer from Professor Michael Breyer. Can you answer this question, Professor?
Yes, certainly. And I thank my colleagues for those questions and for the honour of speaking today. Before I answer those questions, I would also like to emphasise that my talk does not for 1 minute diminish the significance of the current energy crisis. And this crisis has impacted all of us very significantly, Australia included. Our national electricity market in May was suspended for several weeks because of these extraordinarily high gas prices and non-availability of coal, even in this very energy resource-rich nation. So I appreciate my study, the study I'm talking about today is very different in content to my colleagues' talks, but I have a tremendous amount of respect for and appreciate the importance of those talks. In answering some of these questions about can Australia and Korea cooperate, I would of course first note that Korea is a very, very important trading partner to Australia and of course a very good friend. Many Korean and Australian companies already work very closely together and we know each other very well. In fact, it is hard for me to see if there are any parts of the energy system where we could not work together. Korea, as you know, is a very large energy importer, but also has many wonderful manufacturers of energy and transport technology. Australia has very established large companies that are excellent integrators of those technologies. So we can do lots of work together. If we think about this in several ways, we can see, for example, that large investment by Korean finance in Australian assets will probably be required. Many of those assets could be made in Korea. Also, the number of workers that we will need to build these assets may require, for example, us to think very creatively about whether we need assistance from Korea to build these assets. And most importantly, for a university professor, is student exchange between the two countries to help us build these things together, in my view, needs to be greatly expanded. But I do recognise that that could be self-interested thinking. The second question was regarding the 2030 target in Australia that has now been made law recently. That is a very good question as to whether or not it's achievable. And I would prefer not to comment on whether or not it is achievable. I would prefer rather to give numbers and let other people make up their own minds. From this study, we think that that 2030 target would require at least a factor of 6 growth in current renewable capacity, as well as many other measures on the demand side and network and other investments. That is clearly a very large undertaking, but it is an undertaking which, of course, is hopefully in the long-term global interest and also in Australia's long-term economic interest. Importantly, the question about Australia's development of its natural gas resources is, of course, a very, very important question for Korean customers. In our modelling, we're not seeing LNG export stopping for quite some time yet. Indeed, there are cases where we could see LNG exports going up depending on the balance of global demand or going down. But the development of Australian LNG resources is, of course, a very important thing for our export partners, of which Korea is one of our most important. And we fully appreciate that the prospects of your own decarbonisation and energy security needs are reliant on the performance of the Australian natural gas industry. Thank you.
네, 답변해 주셔서 감사합니다.
Thank you very much for the response. And now, moving back to the Korean speakers, now I would like to go back to you to listen to your responses. Professor Park first. Thank you. Within 5 minutes. So then within 5 minutes, I shall make 3 points. The first, Professor Michael's scenario. Now looking at the 6 scenarios, and so analysis with 6 scenarios, that was highly impressive. So I see that the technological portfolio is quite broad. Now in our case, our net zero scenario we only used 2 scenarios and the portfolio was not that broad, and also the NDC. So in our case, we were just looking at one target, so that is one difference between Korea and Australia. And then now, between Mr. Lee and Professor Cho, what they have commonly raised, and that was about normalizing the tariff and the market, I fully agree, 100%. But then now in Korea, for KEPCO, there's like a 30% loss. And now if we are to normalize them, then it would be like a 5% of the GDP. But now if for this shock, now what if it were like the situation in Europe, if it had been like going to 40% to GDP, then what would have happened in Korea? So I wasn't making the point that we should not go back to, we should not normalize. So I just wanted to make that clear that my point was not to, just maintain it as it is. But I do fully agree that we need to normalize the market as well as the tariff. Then also about the gas network neutrality. Yes, I also agree that that is very important to secure the gas network neutrality. So I thought that this would be in Professor Kim's presentation, so I skipped this. But then now I think it was at G7 or G20, but then one of the items, so they were talking about energy security, and the surest way was to mobilize resources from the market. So for that point, again, I would like to emphasize that I do not differ at all. And for the marginal pricing, that was just to throw around, just a question for us to throw around, because I believe that it is time for us to think about. And then since then, because for the coal input, I mean, that was at the 6th basic plan, and since then, no more coal input. Then if we can no longer consider this for the longer term and just having this marginal pricing or the marginal cost to determine the price, then it seems as if the gap between reality and marginal pricing is becoming bigger. So I was just hoping that we could consider this question a bit more. That is all. Thank you.
직접적으로 여쭤보신 내용은 없었.
Professor Kim, I didn't have the questions. I will just make some comments. According to the recent statistics on the energy consumption, Korea ranks 8th in the world. And so in terms of energy, next year I think Korea will join the club of G7, because the Germany is much higher than Korea. It now saves a lot of energy, so maybe soon Korea will outpace Germany in terms of energy consumption and join the club of G7. So this shows that the Korea is a large consumer of energy, but we haven't really put a lot of thought on energy security. Oil is something that can be storable, and the gas is also something that can be stored. So we have had some storages, but for electricity, it's a different issue. And so far we have just tried to have sufficient infrastructures in order to prevent any kind of outages and blackout. And so far the system worked well, but I believe that it will no longer be safe enough for the future. So rather than later, sooner, I think we have to redefine our thinking and take some innovative approaches to guarantee energy security or electricity security. And
없습니다. 한국은 상류 부분 EMP 포함해서
and we have the as for the windfall tax, Korea has no operators where we can impose windfall tax, so it's not really a viable solution. And as mentioned by Professor Breer, so they developed the 6 scenarios for the analysis, and the UK case that I cited, they also developed the 7 scenarios to project the path toward the carbon neutrality. And so these scenarios are not just the positive. Sometimes there are also scenarios for worst case, and also if there is not enough technological innovation, if they have to continue to use the conventional resources, all of them are reflected in scenarios. So when making policies, I believe that we have to develop this kind of scenario to guide our decision-making process. And also for the electricity security, I believe that rather than just focusing on short-term matters, we have to have some long-term perspective. And also for contingency and emergency plan, yes, this is something we need, but at the same time, we also have to have a long-term response, because the energy security has the 2 important elements, which is the flexibility and the diversification. And these are something that we can not achieve over time. So we have to develop some strategies for this long-term security. And the UK, after the Ukraine war, this spring, they came up with a new energy security report and new strategies for energy security. And if you read that report, because of the Russia-Ukraine war, they made it very clear that they were not going to import any resources from Russia. And also their strategy includes the utilization of oil and gas, although they are very strong with regards to net zero. And what's most impressive is that they have diverse kinds of responses, and all of them talk about finance. In other words, how to secure the fund or how to attract investment. But Korea, I think we take a little bit different approach, that we only try to minimize the cost, but this is not effective. So in order to secure energy security, we must have the plans for investment. And the scope of investment is not just the hundreds of millions of won, rather we have to think about like trillions of won range. So we have to take the investment plan into our consideration when planning for energy security. Thank you very much for the response. Last January, I visited Japan and had some conversation with the Japanese colleagues. And S&P increased by 25 times in 3 months in Japan at the time. But Korea experienced none of the price hike. So I said that the Korea is very stable. So how come such dramatic change occurred in Japan? But then this year we experienced a lot of disruptions, and Korea is almost same as Japan. So we are also experiencing a lot of dramatic changes. And Korea, as you know, we are highly reliant on the import of the energy. So we have to have effective responses for demand side. But again, there are not many strategies available for us to use. So although we have heard a lot of opinions and also perspectives, still I think Korea has a very important task to do. So I do have some mixed feelings here. Professor Kim has to leave because he has a class. So we may have to conclude our conference soon. But before that, we actually have several questions that we received earlier. And I think that these questions are something that had to be answered by KPX. So the question is, as for the SOC or mobile infrastructure, using them, how can we strike the balance between the supply and demand? Or how can we ensure the adequate supply? So these are the questions that are collected, and I believe the KPX will answer the question. And with that, we would like to conclude the panel discussion session here. Thank you very much.
네, 그럼 하시죠.
잘 들었습니다. 그런데 좀 답답한 것이 제가 이 에너지
Well, thank you very much. And actually, a bit frustrating for me is that I have been coming here for about 10 years now, so I have seen most of you here. And I would say that there was a simple solution to all of this, and that has been available since 13 years ago. But I keep recommending, I keep proposing, and nobody's interested. You are all experts, and you think you know best. So like this, we cannot have any breakthrough. So you're talking about quantum jump. We have the enabler for quantum jump, but nobody's interested. So I was so frustrated. I invested into this on my own, and we are now coming up with a demo product. And within the year, the demonstration is going to be completed. And by the end of the year, I believe that this technology could also be transferred to Australia as well. And that is about the power generation facility utilizing gravity. So they thought that this was impossible in the past, but now it is possible. And so all those who are involved, we all know this, but then nobody would believe us. So I invested my own money into this, and we are at the last stage of development. Demonstration will be completed by the end of the year, and then we would be utilizing gravity. We don't have to worry about it anymore. And of course, the output variability, we don't have to worry about it. Nuclear power plant, no worries anymore. And also the installation cost would be like 1/100 of the wind power or the thermal. And also utilizing gravity, so we do not have to transmit the power long term. So we don't need the transmission lines anymore. So the cost is going to be very, very small. So we don't have to worry about it anymore. So you will be able to see this by the end of the year. Well, I'm not a technological expert, so I'm not in the position to comment on this, but since you mentioned that the demonstration will be completed soon, so I do hope that everyone will be able to see this when it is done. So thank you very much for your input, and with that, we will conclude the panel discussion at this time.
네, 열띤 토론을 해주신 모든 분들
I'd like to thank everyone for such a heated debate, as well as the moderator. Why don't you give them a round of applause? And with that, we would like to conclude the SICEM 2022, the 18th Seoul International Conference on the Electricity Market. I would like to thank everyone for remaining with us till the very end of the conference. I would like to also thank the online participants for their active participation. I hope that this conference has given us an opportunity to explore options for better energy security. And with that, thank you very much.